Oh, yep. There we go. I had to turn the mic back on. So, we're back. We're actually back. We're in DDO. So, we are no longer quite so far back in history. We are now only 20 years ago instead of 40 years ago, which is nice, depending on your tastes. And it's just going to be a chill sort of leveling stream. We have things to do. We hit level 18 on stream last time, and we were at rank, I want to say, 94. So we were relatively close to finishing up. So I did end up finishing up, getting to level 20 off stream. And so we'll be hitting our early epics tonight and seeing how that goes. We will be in R4 because that's our traditional leveling difficulty. And we'll see how it goes for us. Hopefully it goes well. Go. So, where are we? Well, this is the warlock. This is the melee warlock. What is our build looking like? Well, our build is looking like this. Will the build continue looking like this? Maybe, maybe not. We talked about this a little bit last time, but the problem is there are a lot of things that I want, and I can't get all of them at the same time. For example, we can't get Greater Color Spray, Tainted Lore, and Quick Reflexes at the same time. We really like Quick Draw, we really like Double Strike. We really, really like 20% spell crit damage. And of course, Greater Color Spray is an excellent, cheap crowd control skill. So, we had to pick 2 out of 3. Now, one thing that we haven't done yet is we have not corrected our gear yet. We have not done anything to our gear since we hit level 20, so it is time to fix that first. And we might also change some of our other build stuff when we change our gear as well. So, show me level 20 to 21 stuff. No, we don't care about that. Sacrificial Dagger would be a neat one. Epic Coalesced Coinage. Yes, we will take that for 21. We don't want that. We will take Epic Ring of Spell Storing, even though we probably won't need it. We do have our level 21 Charisma items, so we'll grab those. We'll grab our boots. We'll grab our Epic Voice. Helm of the Dire Cult. We don't do negative this life, so we don't care. Right, so the trick is, and the thing that's going to affect our build the most, is that we have a weapon that will do acid for us. It's on our hardcore character, and we can go and grab that. But that weapon is neither a dagger nor a kukri, which means if we go for it, then we take points out of here, and maybe also out of here, and just go Color Spray instead, because it is a club. But we will find out in a second. So, but first things first, we did grab... Oh, I haven't gone and sold stuff. That's fine. So, Epic Voice. It has a search, it has resistance, it has defense in it. And it has Gift of the Snow Peaks for 1 imbue dice, which is nice. Then we have our Croc Boots, which are very nice. Gives us more Constitution. Which is actually no more Constitution yet. But it does mean that we will be covered for when we, at next level, we swap out for our Charisma items. But we are going to go check the other character for what we want to steal from them. eventually, once it decides to actually log us out. Alright, so we want to log into Trying Not to Die, our level 27 Blightcaster, and see what we want to steal to put onto the main. Now, our main is Great Old One packed, so we are doing acid damage. We are also doing light damage and force damage, although if we want to drop some dice, that being packed dice and Eldritch Blast dice, we can drop force out of that completely and just be evil and acid, which is probably the way to go. So, what do we have on that we might want to pass over to the other character? Well, there's a couple things that are good candidates. The most obvious one is, of course, the weapon, because we have our sentient stuff in it. So, there is a lot of charisma here, a lot of spell DCs, just a lot of good stuff. Let's see, Ring of Wicked Insanity, don't care, it's level 21 anyway. Ring of the Black Abishai for the quality corrosion could be nice, because we will probably get insightful corrosion off of this, and it's the same amount. So this is pretty good. I don't think we're going to go full 3-piece, because let's see, what is the other one? Yeah. The other one is the Epic Abishai Belt, which is very nice. And the Cloak. Are we not going to swap out the Cloak, because the Cloak is part of our Sharn set. So, we're not going to get our 3-piece, so is it worth trading these out? Probably not. Other options, this is Nullification Lore, we don't care. Crown of Snow, we're not going to trade that. We don't need a Wisdom item. Okay, so it looks like we are looking at just trading the one item, possibly two. Because I don't think Conjuration Focus matters, which means that swapping to the Epic Ring of Black Abishai would only give me quality corrosion. But we'll toss it in the bank just so we can compare. And when we get back to the main, we will look at how we're spending our destiny points as well. So we will put our big sentient weapon over here, and we will put our Abishai ring over here. There we go, swap over. Once it decides to load our characters, there we go. Let's see, I wonder if our packed thing tells us what kind of save it is. There it is. Damages had... yeah, okay, it is still evocation bonuses. So, it doesn't actually help us that much, that ring. However, we're currently getting acid from a different one of our rings. So, if we look at this ring, which is the Seal of Earth, there's really no point to keeping that on if we swap to the other one. So, here's what we'll do. We're going to switch to hitting things with a stick. Which means we no longer have force damage on our gear anywhere. Which means we want to respec this. It also means we don't have a dagger, so we need to respec this. And we don't need to respec this, we just need to change which one we're using. So, we still... and because we're not in undead form, we do want Miststalker now. So we definitely want those 8. Now we have 3 points, so we can go for Greater Color Spray. And let's see. We'll take Permanent Shield just for the PRR. See, I needed this to get up to 5, so we can't take points out of it. Yeah, it's fine. So we will take Greater Color Spray. We did lose Deflect Arrows for that, which is sad. So here we lose 5 Universal Spell Power and 1 to hit and damage for Deflect Arrows. Then we need to come here. We need to put Greater Color Spray there. Get it all meta magicked up. Now we go to our... Right, we did our gear swap. And that gear swap. Now... Oh, that's the other one we needed. We need to put on... Utter Dark Blast instead of Vampiric Blast. There we go. And or we need to turn on. Excellent. I don't know why some of these go bad. So, now we look at our epic stuff. So, what are we in? Well, we've gone for the Primal Avatar mantle because one problem that Warlocks have in epics is that the mantles don't really work that well with most blasts and bursts and whatnot. Fortunately, we can proc this by meleeing things, so no longer a problem. Although it says Acid, Poison, and Force, and we're no longer building for Poison and Force, so that's a little sad, but it is what it is. We also grabbed Permanent Night Shield. We also grabbed Bypass. So we've got some good stuff going on there. And now let's take a look at our spell powers, shall we? So we are at about 400 with Evil and 430 with Acid. So we're doing all right. Not amazing, but all right. And now it is time to... Oh, wait, did I grab my key? I did. So we're going to head to Evening Star.
Through all your accomplishments, you have transcended the...
And we will clear bags since we only have
there are a talented
few empty slots left.
You about what fate lies in store.
Right. We sell that. We sell all the randomly generated loot. Mythic head boost. Cool. Cool. I have a lot of name stuff that I haven't just sorted out. Okay, we should probably get more Hearts of Hen. And I think we're a little short on these as well. Oh, and we have rolls to do too. Neat. Alright, time to actually get questing. Not you guys yet. You are High Road. We will be on High Road later, but we will not on High Road right now. We shall start here. As you can see, we just hit level 20. We have 0 experience. But that's fine. You know, I don't think I've even done that quest yet. Like, I was going to do it for the time I was on Axel's podcast talking about stuff that had come out, and I was just like, oh, I should probably run these new content things if we're going to be talking about them. But that was when it was bugged enough that they actually disabled it, so you couldn't go in. It's just like, oh, well, I guess I'll get around to it later, and I have never gotten around to it later.
I've been chosen of Mystra for many a lifetime. Now I have chosen ye to help preserve Mistra's memory, and all of Faerun. We both search for the thread of the weave. If I am such a mighty mage as some say, what need have I of help? Well, even the powerful cannot do all.
The Midler farmhouse has seen better days.
Okay, oh, that's the other thing I need to do. I need to put other things on my bars. Like Mass Hold Monster. Powered Kill, sure, why not? Invulnerability goes here, Death Ward goes here. I think that's it. I suppose we should buff.
Where is it? The priestess demands. Do not play games, fool.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so she can kind of outdo my temp health. However, we are now in epics. And it doesn't matter as much if they can outdo my temp health, because... oh, did I not take Dispel Magic? Oh, I can't get rid of traps. That's unfortunate. We have freedom of movement, though, so we're not really concerned about it. Just means we take a little damage as we walk through them. There we go. R4 continues to not give us problems.
A voice curses in scornful tones nearby. The drow priestess, one drow warrior, clearly a superior, gives orders to the others in a makeshift war.
So he's hitting hard enough to actually chip away at our temp health quite effectively. Unfortunately, I have a ton of sources of temporary health.
The war leader is dead. The drow have surely lost one of their finest blade masters.
Now, where is... what's-her-face?
Unable to hold on any longer, the knight succumbs to death.
Oh, that's not what I wanted. Here we go, that's nicer. I don't know if those guys are actually going to escape, because they're probably going to run straight into the priestess. But, you know.
The priestess will not stop until you are defeated or fled to the entryway.
That's a lot of Bane damage. It's quite annoying. Okay, you stop that. Oh, that's right. I forgot that she'll do that as long as there are people here. Time to leave. I'm gonna fight you further away from those people. So you're not just gonna continuously heal to full just by them existing. Excuse me? It's like, ah, there we go. It does take a little bit to kill stuff here in Epics, though. Like, stuff has gotten significantly more durable.
In sacrifice, but she was not the last Drow priestess, and these were not the last innocents to be lost.
At least we only had to kill her twice. And now the moat is going to be all messed up because we finished the quest before we did the moat. Man, the healing on these is annoying. Possibly because I don't have the right damage bypass. I guess I just really need cold iron. Well, fortunately, she can't kill me either, but still. I do love how the wings operate like in light and shadows. Especially how like bright blue they are in this particular quest.
The realm of Cormier is known by some as the Forest Kingdom. Others call it the Land of the Purple Dragon. 'Tis after an old tale of a black dragon so old his scales had washed plumb, whom Cormier vanquished with arrows. Ye walk in a land of kings. Cormier has been ruled by monarchy since its founding. There may be those who wish for a rule by council, yet such change remains a book yet written. Only the royal have held the pen used to write Cormier's tale so far.
Not doing an escort quest. We will ignore the villager. We will head forward.
The Drow are linked to the Darkening, though just how remains clouded even to me. Still, ye cannot help but notice that where the Drow go in the forest, the Darkening follows. And when the Drow retreat, so too does the Darkening.
Okay, so we fought them, we killed them, no big deal. Another lost villager? Is she really lost though? Maybe those are her houses and she's just being really stubborn. Just like, look, I know that the necromancers of the Drow are gonna come by, they're gonna kill me, they're gonna resurrect me, and that'll be that. But, you know, this is my house, so I'm gonna stay here. And, you know, good for them. I mean, well, for as long as they stay alive, which will not be very long, but at least they will die how they wanted, in their home, screaming from the Drow killing them. Hooray. I heard a bear as I left. I was like, congratulations, shopkeeper. I have killed all of the Drow keeping you captive. Please enjoy this giant bear that is going to eat you now.
The abandoned village is very quiet. Even the air is still. An unnatural chill hangs in the air. Something is very wrong here. A lone Drow seems uninterested by your presence. He makes no move to attack you as you approach.
Why are we going around the tree? Playing a little ring around the rosy? Oh, double reaper.
The Drow have ravaged the village cemetery. It's a wonder if
Got
any
the famine, but not the plague.
left undisturbed.
Wait, where's the, there you are.
The Drow are pillaging this village for more than just supplies. You must
At least we
not
have a
allow
variety
them
of
to
crowd
push to their
control.
ranks.
The tentacles that can hold the undead, and
Trees have been
the mass
uprooted
hold
in this
can
area.
handle the what? The things and the stuff. The Reapers is the word that my mind was not letting me remember. So, as you can see, we're not doing that much damage on our melees.
A dark incanter has been eliminated.
But we do hit relatively quickly, which is nice.
The dead rest in peace.
And after all, we are in on R4, so... it's, you know, it's whatever. How is our defenses? Yeah, we're up to like 180, 150. That's pretty solid for this level, isn't it?
Villagers, but the drow necromancer is raising the dead. Not even death can free the people of this land from the defeat.
Alright, so we just took a whole bunch of damage. And we continue to take a whole bunch of damage. I don't know how much of it is from the Soul of Ice one, but... Go away. Okay.
Another encounter has been defeated.
Well, we managed to get rid of all of them. It was a little annoying, though. Did we have a moat spawn yet? No. Oh well, we're not going to wait around for it, I don't think. How close are we anyway? 1500? 1570. Okay. We should be good to go. Hi. Oh, 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 oh. Where am I gonna come from?
The drow necromancers have been repelled. The dead can rest
There we go.
once more. Evening Star will want word of these ill tidings indeed.
Excellent. And one left. It's going to be a little bit of an annoying one because I messed up my build and didn't take Dispel Magic, but we'll make do. We have enough health that we can face tank a few traps. It's no big deal. Especially because, unlike in Heroics, we don't need to fall back to spamming heal scrolls. We now have Rejuvenation Cocoon, which is more than enough to top us up between fights. It's not going to be super effective during fights, particularly because, well, we are going through on Reaper 4, so there's a pretty hefty debuff, but we do have 135 positive healing amp. So that counteracts the debuff significantly. Not all the way, but significantly. I always forget exactly where this one is. Volatile supplies. Hooray! Easy commendation. Yes, it is nice that now that we are in epics, our temporary health aura ticks are giving us double. So we're at 100 seems a little high, actually. Oh well. If it's a little higher than expected, that's fine.
This temple has not been used for worship since the goddess Mistra vanished years ago. Yet fresh footprints in the dust show that there have been many visitors, and there are humans here, and a drow slayer controlling them. The drow calls out to you. The drow were using those captured humans. This
Well,
is Anna's backpack.
I guess we're not getting our,
As you search through it, another drow slaver
I was gonna say temporary stuff, but
You've begun to
what I actually mean is we're not gonna get our optional
At
XP.
least this one person will be able to start their life over again.
Like, obviously we'll get some. And we can do a decent amount just by, like, meleeing, even if we're not gonna make our saves. Wait, did I accidentally kill all the villagers already? Like, is it just the slavers over there? No. Okay. And there's only one villager left.
Whatever this temple once was, the drow are now using it to
I'm really, really bad at single target damage.
The drow is ransacking through the scrolls here, searching for something. When he sees you, he says,
I can't allow. Even though the goddess Mystra is long gone, her scrolls are still protected from the ravages of time. They contain powerful magic.
The way he reduces time just reminds me instantly of Chronoscope. The sliver of time! I'm helpless. But what made me helpless?
While House Avonlea obsesses over capturing more slaves, I search for the thread of the weave in this Mystra temple. And even though I haven't found it yet, I have found plenty of scrolls to kill you with.
Hold up, why did you just heal for a bunch? That's illegal.
so this isn't just a slaver camp. The drow are plundering this temple for Mystra's secrets. They're looking for this thread of the weave.
Oh goody, harpies. Yeah, sure. Just keep hitting me for like 500. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted here. Man, she hits hard. It's not just her spells. Like, her spells will hit me for a bunch, for sure, but even her melees are coming out for, like, about 300 a shot. Because she, like, double melees, so she's landing 2 at once, and it's, like, 150-ish each. The good news is that I have high defenses. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. Not that it helps against a lot of her abilities, since a lot of her abilities do Bane damage. On the plus side, the main problem that I ran into against those in the hardcore run was all of the crowd control. And she didn't land any crowd control on me, so that was handy. Hi, guys. Just gonna run through this gauntlet here, getting continuously slowed and taking damage from all these traps. Then we're gonna come up here and you're going to die.
A series of gates to guarantee that their newly captured slaves could not escape.
Alright. It's either lever 2 or lever 5 that you don't pull, and I always forget which one. So hopefully we're right. I'm not confident that we are, but hopefully we are. Ah. And we need to go unpull too. Take more damage from these spell wards as we come by. Yeah. Well, okay. I say take damage, but we're not actually taking damage. They're just taking away our temporary health, which we keep spamming. So they can deal with it.
A drow voice echoes down from the chamber ahead.
Girl, what is the nature of your magic? What is Elminster's plan? Where's the thread of the weave? Speak!
Okay. Are they all dead yet? They are all dead yet. Excellent. Moving forward.
There's Anna, but you may be too late.
No more of your tricks. Now tell me, how did you cast that magic? That was no ordinary spell.
Alright, we saved them before the fight.
It just happened.
No matter.
And we
Your
will
magic
see...
belonged to me, slave. Now use it to kill these intruders. No doubt they think I haven't noticed them skulking around.
Come over here away from those people.
No. What am I doing? I can't stop myself.
Never mind. They all get to die now. You have walked into my AoE death zone, which means that you will die, because, well, it's right in the name. I called it an AoE death zone, because you're gonna die if you come into it.
Get this collar off of me.
Alright, so we need 10 more.
Anna's newfound power
I don't know if we'll get 10 more.
barrier with almost effortless ease. But the remaining drow in the temple aren't going to just let her leave. Unexplained magic or not, Anna will need your help to get out.
Okay. Well, looks like 4 more is from here.
You've seen Turin?
I don't know where we're gonna get the next 6 though, because there's only like 2 more rooms besides like the final fight that have
Hadn't listened to him.
people we can save in them, and they're not like the easy ones.
Temple, where throngs of worshippers sang praises of the goddess of magic. Now the goddess is gone, and her temple is
That's a lot of Reapers over there too. Oh, triple stacked by the Fear Reaper. Not ideal. He's dead now, so that's better. That's more ideal. Right, that
The
one...
drow gives a malicious laugh as he slams the door shut. Perhaps you thought
Okay,
the goddess
so
of
we're
magic
getting
vanished
closer.
long ago.
Maybe
Mistress
we will
Lode
be able to free enough
remains.
between these and
Looks like there's
the
something
last
strange
fight.
about the wall.
So this means only 2 need to survive the last fight.
It's brave of you to stay so close. This magic could misfire. It might kill you, like the drow who ambushed us. Do you think Elminster might help me control it? I'll be sure to ask him. If I make it out of here.
Oh. Did you get stuck? Yeah, I always forget about this set of guys that spawns. Animated object hunter. Okay, we'll take it.
Turin thought we might find the thread of the weave here, whatever it is. All we found were more drow. If it were here, they'd have found it and left. Another rest shrine. If we get separated, let's meet back here.
Okay, off we go. Well, R4 continues to not be too difficult on a character with this amount of power. But it is still nice. It's... I was gonna say challenging, but that's not the right word. It is enough to make me not have to turn my brain completely off.
Don't go home.
Like if I were on
I
R1.
can fight.
So...
That's
But I'm not really struggling like if I tried to put it up to 6 or 8, so... This is why we generally go in on R4.
At the back of the ruined banquet hall stands a strange creature. A barrier appears in front of the rider.
You've done some serious damage to my slave operation here,
He says.
Fortunately, I have plenty of slaves. What a few
Okay. We need to kill these 3 archer guys. Like, this is the big trick for getting the boss to spawn. Like, if you're trying to save people,
puny grub. Your very
you
existence
need to kill those archers before the boss aggroes. Unfortunately, it looks like we're just not going to be able to save people. But that's okay. Okay, how is our melee damage? It's not great. Even with the imbue dice, even with the mantle, it's just not that good. Fortunately, our survivability is very good.
Anna thanks you once again.
I can make
In
it back
another
to
couple
Eden's
levels,
now that you've taken care of
then
the
our melee damage should go up significantly, because that is when we get a bunch more imbue dice. Like right now I think I have +4? But at level 23, we'll be able to get another 6-ish. Alright. Yeah. So it should be 3 each from the tier 3s of Draconic and Primal. So that'll be nice. The question is whether we take a third tree that also gives them. But that'd have to be like macro tech. And I don't really want to run macro tech because it doesn't really do anything else for me. Unless I wanted to run rune arm. Like, that would be the reason to take macro tech, is if I wanted to, instead of using an orb in my offhand, if I wanted a rune arm. But the rune arms that I'm looking at having are pretty good for this build, so don't feel like swapping them out.
Dusk has long since faded into night, but there is still no sign of the drow. Tension grows as the villagers anxiously wait for the attack they know is coming. Anna gives you a nervous wave. She seems to want to speak with you. The fence collapses with a crash as a horde of drow swarm into the village. The evening star has begun. With the barricade breached, the only way to protect Evening Star is to destroy the
How we going?
before they have a chance to
They're down, they're down.
secure the outlying
Very
areas
nice.
of the village, then take out the bright glow of the bonfire.
Just
should
the amount of
discourage
temporary health that we're
coming
putting
this
out
way.
is ridiculous. Because we have the aura that's ticking for, 70-ish. We have casting a spell. Then we have a couple other options that all grant temp health. We are helpless. Well, that's not good. Helpless is basically the only thing that's going to potentially kill us. My question here is, will the Drow Priestess consume the moat in order to heal? No. Or yes? She does, but it's still alive? Does this mean that she's going to continuously eat the moat in order to become invincible? Alright, you're gonna eat the moat again? No? Okay. Well, that works out well for me. Oh, not the matriarch again. You hit so hard. Why do you hit so much harder than everything else? Because, like, even your melees, you're supposed to be the caster threat. And at least I have enough sustain to get through it, but you're still very annoying. Did you know that? Although, on the flip side, we're at least at a level where mobs casting Meteor Swarm makes more sense. It can get pretty spicy when stuff starts casting high-level spells. Is my packed acid damage? Yes. So I did steal the caster stick from my hardcore character. So we're sitting on about 450 acid and 420 evil. Which one is that? Great Old One. Great Old One is acid. It does look like it is ads time, though. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to go basically take the pot that's on the stove that's set to warm, and we're going to move that to, you know, to let it start cooling down so I can put it away. We're also going to stand up and stretch and take care of ourselves, because that's a good thing for everyone to do, whether that's streaming, whether that's watching streams, just being on the computer staring at things for long periods of time is bad for you. So we're going to take a couple minutes to stand up and stretch and take a little bit better care of ourselves. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We will be paused. You won't miss anything in the meantime, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. And we have returned. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a productive and healthy and good for you break. Or if not, at least an enjoyable one. And we got some food, we got some drinks, and we are moving forward. Oh, Famine Reaper. How dare you. We were having a good time until you showed up. Can I do this bonfire before they notice me? We can. Hooray. That is a lot of damage all at once. Oh boy. Ooh. Spicy. Something in there is hit me for a ridiculous amount. It's okay. We lived. We have not found the red named yet, though. Nope, just another normal drow necromancer. Okay, I guess we'll grab the collectible from over here while we wait for the actual guy. He'll come to fight us eventually.
Catching up with some old acquaintances? You know, I asked the soldiers not to damage my specimens too much. I like them to be recognizable.
Why won't I lie down and die like the others? What a rude question. Also, what did you just do that hit me for 500 Bane damage?
The temple neighborhood is now secure.
Are they just like spamming horrid wilting on me? It's very impolite of them. I wonder if I'll be making more of my actual DC checks next level when I put on the better gear. Like, statistically, I should be, because that's what the statistics mean. The better gear will explicitly move me from, like, okay, 70% chance to 90% chance. Oh, I jumped. Which is the problem. Okay, alright. What are you paralyzed / stunned by? Also, why is there now a Fear Reaper here? Stop summoning so many things! When you summon so many things all the time, then you get a bunch of Reapers with them, and that's just annoying. Alright. Took a bit of doing, but 2 down, 1 to go. Well, we have a Fear Reaper over there, so let's go over here and take care of that. Where are the undead necromancers? Those were normal necromancers. They should have been standing up and being like, hi, we're undead necromancers now. Oh, good. I was hoping that one would land, because that was a lot of Reapers. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up. Did that Famine Reaper just cast Dispel Magic to break the other one out of Hold Monster? It's like, I swear I saw a Dispel go off, and then they were attacking me. That's not right. Also, I think that's the first time I've seen that. Which is why I'm not sure that's what I actually saw.
This farmstead used to belong to one of Evening Star's oldest families. Now the Drow use it for their own.
This is when undead form would be really nice. Excuse you. I sold the poison neutralization potions.
Marlin's farmstead is now secure.
Alright. We'll hit this one.
Secured most of the village from Drow patrols. Now it's time to
And we'll do this one too, but we're gonna get attacked by these guys when we do. Hi. It's like, wait, I ran up because I wanted to bite them to heal. It's just like, no, you're gonna kill them with your auras. It's like, okay, you know what? Fair. I'm not gonna complain too much about my killing stuff working too well. What did you even sacrifice? Very impolite of you. And Hero's Soul, so you've already got more defenses than most things. Fortunately... we have so much temporary health.
A huge, horrific creature looms in the
And now we get the Tippy Taps boss.
Drow voice calls down from atop it.
Do you really think
Yep,
one
there we go.
insignificant
Just
village
tippy-tapping
can
after
stand
us.
against Lord's armies? She will take what she wants and leave nothing but corpses behind.
Yet another boss who's gonna summon so much stuff that it's gonna... they're gonna spam so many Reapers at me just because of how many of the stupid little spiders that they spawn. And every time mobs spawn, there's a chance that Reapers will spawn too. That's a Fear Reaper over there. We want to be over next to it so we can kill it. Alright, just casually whacked me for 250, not a problem. I'll be with you in a moment, Field Commander. I want to take out the Fury Reaper first. Thank you for your patience. I'm now here to attack you. I appreciate that even though you're an archer, you stand still in melee, so I don't have to chase you all over the place. Alright. It'll be a second until she summons ads. There we go. Got ads incoming. Fortunately, while we do severely lack AoE or single target damage, having ads spawn really doesn't slow us down on the boss too much unless we really need to focus one for crowd control reasons. There's a Fury Reaper over there. We should go handle that. See, this is like the only thing that's going to stop me from just killing the boss is, you know, we should handle the Fury Reaper. Now what we should have done is kill the boss first, because the boss was almost dead. But, you know, hindsight, 2020, all that good stuff.
The village is safer now, though Cormier will never be entirely safe, while Loth schemes against it.
But yes, on R4, we are not so much speed leveling as we are slow and steady, making our way. The question is, what next? Shindorin? I think we go for Shindorin. But what we neglected to do was we neglected to go and grab the teleport point when we were doing the Thread of the Weave. So we'll have a bit of a run through the wilderness, which is fine. You know, I grabbed in the belly of the beast, but if we're sticking to R4, Belly of the Beast is rough, just from that acid damage. Now granted, we are better off than some other builds against the acid damage, because we have the boots out of Saltmarsh. So every time we kill something, we get 40 acid resist. So this is the wrong way. I autopiloted myself towards the teleport to Shindorin, but we don't have that unlocked. We need to go to King's Forest. Yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, the acid in there ticks for a ridiculous amount. And unlike last life, where I was in undead form and I had greater death aura, I'm not just constantly healing for a ridiculous amount. I have to consciously heal and use a bunch of temporary health things. And I'm pretty sure that that acid ticks way, way faster than the cooldowns on my temporary health stuff. Granted, there are safe zones to stand in, so I would have to make liberal use of those in order to heal back up, which is definitely doable. And we'll see. We'll do the base ones in Shindorin first, and then we'll decide if we want to go for the more challenging one, we'll say. It was actually interesting at the end of that last quest that I started to run low on spell points. It's just like, huh, that's not usually a problem with this build. Like, usually I just spam everything all the time. because so much of this build is meleeing. And then it turns out that the balance right now on melee damage versus spell damage is like all the way on the side of spell damage. Like, I'm not doing a whole lot with melee besides occasionally getting procs of my mantle. And hopefully that gets a little better when well, it'll still mostly be mantle procs, but getting a bunch more imbue dice will help the mantle procs actually do things. Let's see, I'm looking for the next river, I think. Yeah, there we go. So, where is that camp? Am I actually too far? No. Like, I was like... Generally, I cross the river and then turn left. And I was like, wait, am I too far left? It's like, no, the edge of the map is too far left. If you're off the cliff over the waterfall, you're too far left. Otherwise, just cross the river and turn left, and you will get here. Hi. We'll talk to you just in case. I forget what exactly it is that triggers it to save the teleport point. But either way, we don't need to teleport back right now. We need to go forward. Forward and downward. Into dog. Downward dog is very popular. But alternatively, we could go down the river. Wait, no. Down to the Underdark. Which is like going down the river, but a little bit different. Unfortunately, Minthara is not here. Or perhaps fortunately. I don't think she would much appreciate us killing all the other drow. Well, no, I take that back again. It depends on which drow, I suppose. Drow don't usually get too attached to you killing other drow because they're always fighting amongst themselves anyway. They have very specific factions and loyalties. And as long as you're not killing the ones that they care about, then all you're doing is culling the competition.
Changes in these realms. Changes beyond thy imagining.
As we flap our way down. I'm very pleased with the wings. I think I'd mentioned in the past that the wings from, I think it was Hardcore Season 7? Were one of the ones I was just like, I wish I'd done that one. But I now have some wings, even though they're not the same wings.
The drow have fought with mithril and magic to keep you away from this portal gate, but they have failed. Through it,
alright, so we do our standard right to left. We go right, and then we go left, and it will all be good. Actually, this is probably a good time to double check what we have planned for next week. So let's see. We've got Echelon, Gradius 2, and King's Quest 4. So I know I want to work in a King's Quest at some point. I don't know if 4 is going to be the right one. And I know that I want to work in a shoot 'em up at some point, because again, especially when we go back in gaming history, the arcade influence cannot be overstated. That's where things are. Oh, and if anyone is just here for like the first time or hasn't heard me talk about this yet, the reason I suddenly switched topics is that this year is the year that I will have been around for 40 years. And so I'm doing a thing where every week I'm going through 1 year of history for the past 40 years of gaming. So we did 1986, first week of the year. We did 1987 this past week. And next week is 1988. of course, as you can tell, we're still doing 1 day a week for DDO. But on the other days, we're going through history, picking a bunch of games. Some of them are ones that I have personal nostalgia for. Some of them are going to be like big, impactful games, like first of their genre sort of thing. And so far, it's been pretty cool. We played like Might and Magic 1. We played Where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego, an old edutainment game. Like, it's been a good time. And I'm really looking forward to doing the rest of it too. Except, of course, I haven't 100% decided what the rest of it is. Because there are a lot of options out there. And some weeks I have like 5 things written down that I'm going to have to narrow down, and some I only have like 1 and I need to get new ideas for. So, I'm really looking forward to going through all of that. But most recently we did Pirates, which is an earlier game from Sid Meier, whose name you may recognize from Sid Meier's Civilization. So, that was an interesting time. We had a little bit of struggle with controls, but overall it was a good time. It was interesting how they mixed in, specifically how they mixed a lot of game mechanics with historical stuff. Because, like, part of the difficulty settings would be the time period you went in, and they had basically blocks of 20 years. And based on the historical standard at the time for how hard it was for pirates to operate, well, that would control how hard certain things were. Just like, oh, you're from Spain and you're during this time period? Well, you're going to have a problem. Like, Spain doesn't have a lot of power in the Caribbean during this time period, so you're going to have a lot of people hostile towards you and not a lot of support, so good luck with that. We, of course, not knowing what we were doing, chose the easiest time period. And we kind of button mashed our way through the fencing minigame because, well, it's like a fighting game, and I wasn't able to do well at reading attacks and parries, so I fell back on the traditional way that the inexperienced person can win against the experienced person, or at least the experienced casual person, in fighting games, which is just button mash harder. Which was a good time. Also, I don't think I'm going to be able to unlock this door, but we'll find out. How high does this sonic damage stack? Is it infinite? It might be infinite. Oh, that's bad news for me. Does it go away 1 stack at a time or all stacks at a time? 1 stack at a time. Oh boy howdy, that is bad news. Like, fortunately it doesn't hit for that much. But if it's stacking infinitely, I don't have very good damage. Like, we're at 9 stacks of this thing. Oh, wait. I was like, for a second there it went down. Use staunch charge. Oh yeah, it's ticking for 150 a tick now. because it's up to 17 stacks. So that's how they punish the big sustain builds. Is you get the Hound, and he's just like, nope, nope. We're just gonna keep stacking this dot up.
The drone of chanting
Also, wait, why is it down to
voices
ticking
from
for
the vast chamber
14
ahead?
at 14
What we've seen
stacks?
So far, surely some sort of unspeakable
Only 46. Only plus 46 on knock. Why is the first one at plus 46 and this one's at plus 66? Oh, okay, I see what it was. The plus 66 was a save against the damage, I think. Oh well. We take the slow way. I think I might be in the wrong place. Nope, nope. I'm fine. I'm where I need to be. Okay, Steam. Okay. Someone gifted me a game on Steam like 8 years ago, but they gifted me like 2 copies, so one has just been sitting there. And Steam has decided that now it wants to spam pop-ups at me. It's like, hey, do you want to accept this gift? And that's why I was suddenly distracted, because not only did it pop up, but it stole control away from the main window that I was already looking at. Which is not cool. No one wants to care about gifts that much, Steam. Especially if they are in-game. And Steam, I know that you know I'm in-game. You show that I'm in-game. So I know that you know it. Okay, we have Arc Necromancers. Okay.
The sound of dark prayers drifts in from the room ahead.
Alright, we're gonna whack you. There we go.
Incense.
Okay. You know, I think I might be underestimating how much damage my melee does. Just because the numbers are small, but we are attacking pretty quickly. Another Astral Panther just decides to pop out immediately? Okay, sure, why not? I don't know why, but it's fine. And we got lucky in that the kitchen key was here. Because you don't always get the kitchen key when you win that fight. Sometimes you have to go somewhere else to get it. And it's annoying. This time we got lucky. We just needed the one fight.
The sizzle of cooking and the clatter of dishes suggest that the room ahead is the kitchen. Yet it's hard to work up an appetite when the smell of death is all around you.
The funny thing is, I don't even really need to kill these guys, because I'm about to go through a door, and they can't follow me. Oh, wait, was that a soul? It was a soul. 2 souls. Yes. Mother Matron's chambers. We go straight across. Yes. Quite effective, even on R4. You know, I should probably be attacking this one, because this is the champion. It is the champion. It is the champion. No time for losers. Because that one just died. Because that was the champion. Till it died. Alright. Fresh buffs. Then let's see if we get overwhelmed here, eh? I love that the line you tell him is "over my dead body" when we're literally talking to a necromancer. It's like, "over my dead body" is basically, it's like, yes, those are the conditions I was looking for, exactly. It's like, "over my dead body." Oh good, you understand the terms. Alright, another one there, another one there, and we are good to go. We are going to dimension door, even though we can't exit. Okay, now I'm killing them out of spite. And the reason we were going to dimension door, as I was about to say before I was so rudely interrupted, that even though there's no exit here, there are guys that will come up and attack you and interrupt your ability to recall. And just as I was about to say that, a bunch of guys came up and attacked me and interrupted my ability to recall. So, I'm psychic. Or maybe I've just done the quest a bunch of times before. One or the other. Okay, so now we go over to our House of Rusted Blades. And unlike last time we did it, this time we have Dimension Door. So it goes faster and easier. Oh, I got dismounted immediately upon mounting. Unfortunately. Oh, and we're being interrupted by taking tiny, tiny amounts of damage. So we get to ride on our horse for a tiny, tiny amount of time before the door gets in the way and we have to dismount to open it. And then we dismount to kill this dude. Easy 5k XP. Let's see. Are we going to hit... No. I don't think we're going to hit 21 off of these two. Alright, Rusted Blades, off we go.
The illusion spell does its work. The Dunrobar guards hardly blink as you walk by. You are no more than a lowly servant in there. The courtyard of House Dunrobar opens up before you. This bell is used
yes,
to
our
summon
base
all
health
Dunrobar
in Reaper is
demonstrations
over
and
1700,
ceremonies.
which is kind of nutty, all things considered.
The passages of Dunrobar are quiet and spare.
Especially since I don't have things like Insightful Constitution or anything up. But we did have a big boost when we hit level 20, because that is when Enlightened Spirit finally gets its competence bonus to max HP. Pretty much every other build that you want to go melee on gets it in the T5s, but Enlightened Spirit gets it as the capstone at level 20, 8 levels later. Which also means really you can't multi-class. Unless, of course, you multi-class like Dragon Lord, go Dragon Lord T5s, and then you get your competence from there.
Battlemaster Teblin's prized blades are ruined. All that remains is to make the fact known in as public a way as possible. The bell reverberates in the courtyard and throughout every corner of the Dunrobar compound.
Alright, and now we just chill over here for a sec while they come out and talk.
From up above.
Who are you?
Cries the High Battlemaster of Dunrobar.
Why have you rung the bell? What? Nothing to say for yourself?
Pointing at you, he roars.
Warriors of Dunrobar, attack! My weapons! What have you done?
Yeah, it's crowd controlled. We're gonna play it safe and clear the guys around the edges. Because I don't want to fight all these battle masters while at the same time having to go after the actual red named. Especially because they do the whole paralyzed poison thing. Getting good use out of the greater color spray though. Oh, we should refresh these. Yeah, we definitely don't want to let this wizard just like free cast at us while we're fighting. Oh, we suddenly took like 500 damage. Or maybe we didn't take 500 damage, and that was just the temporary health wearing off. He is surprisingly bad. I wonder if that's deliberate, that like he's so much weaker than all of the other ads, specifically because we broke all of his weapons as part of the quest. So I wonder if he's fighting basically unarmed. If they did do that, it's a pretty nice little detail to add in there. You won't really notice it on lower difficulties because everything just falls over, but if it is true, and it only comes out in high difficulties, it's pretty cool. I like that. I also like just learning random new things, despite playing a game for so long, just finding out new stuff about it. It's just like, huh, never realized that before. So that's always fun, which is another benefit of the whole 40 years of gaming history thing I'm doing, is I get to learn all sorts of new stuff about games that I've heard of but never played, or played when I was a child, and now as an adult I can see them with fresh eyes and figure out new things about them. We like to it's not really about learning per se, because when people think learning, they think like book learning, boring school stuff. So I like to think of it more along the lines of the joy of discovery. Just like, hey, I found out a neat new thing. And whether that neat new thing is in a game or just some random other life thing, either way, it's pretty cool. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I can knock all of these doors except one.
You find yourself in the Averfool slave pens.
Alright,
Due to the
so
illusion spell, you
that was
appear to be
60.
just one more harmless captive, waiting to be bound and forced into service.
This is the one that we probably can't get. Yeah, we rolled a 17 and we still didn't get it. See, it's a lot of Blade Masters. And because they're like orange named, there are a lot of champs in there as Blade Masters. So that's why we're playing it safe and actually unlocking the doors instead of just beating them all down. Oh, someone just died to a harpy at level 20. Not a failure. Alright, rolling a 10 isn't good enough, which means rolling a 2 is definitely not good enough.
The last of the captives
Rolling a 20 is good enough.
and a full riot is
It better
underway.
be.
Time to search for a way into the slave quarters within. A guard captain investigates the racket.
What's going on here? Who let these captives out? Get back in your cages now!
That's right. I knew you were coming from behind and you got hit with mass hold. That, however, is a Fear Reaper. Wait, have I still... I still have not slotted in Ghost Touch. Oops. Fortunately, as I mentioned earlier, there is a lot, and I mean a lot, of our damage is casting right now, not melee. Oh, is that a moat? It is a moat. We'll grab the chests and then we grab the moat. Which of course gives us time for our temp health to come off cooldown. Excuse you? Just a casual melee for 400 to start out the fight? Oh, look, it's the harpies again. One moment. Let me get 1,000 temporary health so that they can instantly burn through it. Oh, yep, there they go. They burned through my 1,000 temporary health I spawned. Alright, how about 1337? We have Leet's health. We're spinning around you. What if we spin the other way? Ooh. You know the worst thing potentially about that? The Cyclonic Blast knockdown hit us midway through the animation of Staunch. So the Staunch didn't go off, and the knockdown did. Oh, yep. Staunch for another, or Cyclonic Blast for another 500. Man, they're a pain. Of course, if I were just trying to get as much loot progress as possible, then we simply would not be doing things this way. We wouldn't be on R4, but, you know.
Obedient slaves in here.
We find it more interesting to make things a little bit more difficult.
Slaves in the sleeping quarters are unattended by slave master or guard. Their collars ensure absolute obedience.
Now, we're not going to go for the maximum number of collars removed, just because that requires a little bit of extra finagling that we're not super confident that we can do on this difficulty level.
Slaves labor over jobs
But
beneath their drow masters. So the slave master quickly calls out, "A revolt!" An exasperated voice comes with the sound of an opening door.
What? These collars are supposed to be infallible!
Oh. I thought I was gonna end up killing a bunch of these, because they would come after me and they would get AoE'd down with the boss, but no, apparently. Go figure. Alright, off we go. Went better than expected. Got a dot on us. Means we have to wait just a moment before we open the door.
In the kitchens, slaves cook and clean under a slave master's watchful eye. The slave master looks you over.
An unbroken slave in my kitchen? You are very stupid. I am very lucky.
Guards down. Excellent. D-roll. D-roll. Yeah. I don't think we're getting the 15 for free every last one. We'll be close, though. Will we? Probably won't be that close, actually, now that I think about it. Ooh, that one hits for over 400. Nasty piece of work, that one.
Slaves stand beside large looms of spider silk, weaving fine garments for noble drow. The slave master takes quick note of your bare neck and draws his weapon.
What are you doing here? Slaves, capture the intruder!
The slaves are free of their master's control for now. It is time to face the heart of Avathul's power, the slave breaker.
Okay, how many more do we have? Yeah, we'd need 9 more during the boss fight. That's probably not going to happen. Because, well, I could do it if I just straight up ran in. I'm not going to be doing that. What is this? Where did all of you come from? Are you like patrolling down a side path or something? In any case, they're dead now, which is what matters.
Clean that up, slaves. I don't care if your fingers are bleeding. Your miserable lives mean nothing. New captives, who are you? Couldn't wait to give yourself to House Abathul? Very well.
So we're gonna take out the ranged guys who are on each of these platforms. And in so doing, we get to avoid a lot of things.
What are you waiting for? Slaves, get them!
Alright, where's the main dude? That's not the button I hit. Hit that one. Now where is red name dude? Hiding behind... Oh wait, here we go. No, he's still standing there. Okay. That is a Carnage Reaper who did not get crowd controlled by my mass hold, so that was unfortunate for me. You know how I said that I was worried that, you know, I shouldn't just run in because it would be dangerous? Turns out I might have overestimated him a little bit.
Run if you can, slave. House Abathul will find you.
With Abathul's slaves in open revolt, and their slave
So I
leader,
guess the
Radisson
secret to
Fells,
getting this
the
done
great house will be pulling their support from the
is to
others
kill him at the
and
right
focusing
cycle
on their
time
own problems.
of when he summons them. Unfortunately, I killed too many earlier that I didn't manage to pull it off. Oh well. 3 short. And obviously we don't get the optional for killing him without killing any of his slaves. That is an easy optional to hit if you're on, say, an Inquisitive build or other similar ranged build. If you're not, a lot of other builds are going to have way too much like splash damage for that to really be effective. Like most caster builds have AoE like for most of their strong spells, and most melee builds active attacks or cleaves as well. So you run into problems with all of those. Also, melee have a larger, we'll say, risk in that they have to actually walk in there and get surrounded by all of these ads. Also, why am I at 100 temp health? Let me look at the tooltip on that again. Equal to Constitution score, doubled if we're over 20. My Constitution is 44. Why is it at 100? Like, that's what's weird to me. It's like, I know it's supposed to be based on Constitution. We have 44 Constitution, which doubles to 88, not 100. Oh wait, I wonder if it's stuck. So let's see. In Reaper, that's another 3 more. But that's not enough. That would bring us to 94. Oh, that's right. I think I know what it is. I think it is my Vampiric Bite. I took the points here so that we gain 3 to all ability scores. So we have 44 Constitution, plus 3 in Reaper, plus 3 from Bite. That's 6 more, brings us up to 50. Alright, oh right, we have points. We are not using this. We'll take sneak attack. Even though we're soloing, we can get damage from it if we blind them with greater color spray. Blindness usually makes things vulnerable to sneak attack. Also, oh, looks like Twitch is saying it is ad time, which is fine because we are between quests anyway. So another hour has passed. It is time for us to once again stop staring at screens for a couple minutes and take good care of ourselves. I will refill my drink. I will finish off this bowl and we will be done in a second. Or not. Oh, it's doing that thing where it just says starting soon when not starting them. In any case, take care of yourselves on this break. Snack, drink, bathroom break, whatever you have. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. we're back! I hope everyone had a good break. Last break, I turned off the heat on dinner stuff so it could cool down in order to go into the fridge, and this break, we have put the leftovers away. So everything is going according to plan. We also, got up and stretched and had a bit of a drink, had a bit of a snack too. So we're just having all sorts of success on taking breaks that make our life a little better. A little happier, a little healthier. Not like the Drider that's jumping out at me. They want me to be less happy and significantly less healthy. Well, I was going to say they meant to kill me, and, they would in-game, but more in lore, I think they're more likely to enslave me, so... A little healthier than dead, but perhaps less happy. Which is why we are running away. So what we did learn when we were on hardcore is that you can actually kill the giant demon at the end of this quest who comes in to actually kill the final boss. It turns out he's not immune as soon as he zones in, which means if you hit him with a dot from an AoE that's just sitting right at the door where he spawns in, he just straight up dies if it's strong enough. I should probably put up some temp health, eh? It's fine, though. What are you sniffing for? Oh, we got webline tripped. Hero soul, so you're immune to things. And you have high dodge chance. Lisa, we just took a break. You're like, yes, but I didn't get any attention during the break, so it doesn't count. Okay. Want to kill the spiders first. There we go, and you don't get to sacrifice anything.
An inert large portal gateway. This is where the drow enter the Temple of Loth that sits high atop the ziggurat. Elminster has just arrived, meeting you as promised. Perhaps he has an idea.
Now, one other thing about this quest is because it has so many portals in it, and because we are in Reaper mode. Ooh, hello. We will heal for a lot. Oh. R4 purple moat. Could be bad news. We can't heal up very much beforehand because it keeps us constantly in combat.
A portal lies ahead.
We're gonna do a quick heal by stepping through this portal and stepping back.
Drow use magic to move between different sections of the structure.
And the way that works is, for some reason, the extra health that you get from Reaper stuff pops in, like, essentially what it works is, it bumps up your max health, and then it heals you to bring you up to your max health. But it doesn't just do this when you zone into the quest, it does it every time you zone into part of the quest, like going through a portal. Anything with a load screen, basically. So if you have Reaper points, you get healed continuously for quests that have portals like that. Okay, hags and harpies, hags and harpies. Take out the small ones first. Oh, damage reduction. Guess we're doing all spell damage here, because we can't even hit for enough to proc our mantle half the time. Fortunately, we're not taking too much damage back from her either. That one hurt a lot. And yes, I know that it would be safer if I were like strafing, but I'm not scared enough of her to bother with that. And there we go. Let's see, 624. $678. So 24 to 78 is 54. We made it. I didn't realize that I'm actually getting close to MRR cap. Wait, no. That's not how that works. I don't think. So let's see. Cap for robes is what? Is 50. Cap for light armor is 100. Cap for medium armor is unlimited, I think, actually. For some reason I was thinking it was 150. But now that I stopped to consider it, I think that's wrong. I think it's actually unlimited. I'll double check that in a minute. Don't want to be giving out bad information. You stitch him. There we go. You get some sneak attack damage in there too. Of course, sneak attack damage scales with melee power, and I don't have melee power, so not ideal.
The brooch is now yours for the taking.
I need to remember to bite something once a minute, because 3 to all stats is significant. Let's see. Actually, does that show in the tooltip? No, that just shows us how much the reduction is. Cap bonuses show up here. Magic resist rating cap bonus 0. Did I spec out of it? Oh, yeah, I am not spec'd into it. I guess I didn't think it mattered because now that I'm wearing medium armor, it was just like, well... Oh, right. But now that I'm wearing medium armor, I figured I was so far away from cap that I didn't need extra to it. All right. But we will Google. Magic resist rating. Find cap. Okay, right. Medium armor does not have a cap. So I was right when I doubted myself. I was like, it's 150. Then I was like, wait a second. Pretty sure I'm wrong. Time to see if we're wrong. Because if you catch when you're wrong, then you have the opportunity to stop being wrong. It's amazing. How you move from being wrong more of the time to being right more of the time. As you learn from the times that you are wrong. Which means you gotta not worry about being wrong. Sometimes you gotta take a chance. And then when you find out you're wrong, that's how you correct yourself and get more information. I'm wrong all the time. And then what happens is, you figure out where you went wrong, and you fix it, and then maybe you're right next time. It's a lovely cycle, actually. There we go. The Adventurer's Pack there means you're on the right path. See, we were getting sneak attack damage there. That was the second number. So you may or may not notice, but when we are sneak attacking, there are 3 numbers. There's 2 physical and 1 light. And when we're not sneak attacking, there are only 2. This thing needs to die. Oh, yeah. You see how it's like, we got the 2 columns going up? And now we have 3? That's the sneak attack damage, which is one good way that you can tell whether or not you're sneak attacking. So if you get that extra number in there.
Now that you've found both magical components, Elminster can open the portal within the main chamber.
Nope, nope, I don't want to recall, I want to de-door. Also, I want to swap this. So I can put on my heal scrolls, get rid of the, what was it, an enfeeble effect? Exhaust effect, an exhaust effect. So I can actually move at full speed. Granted, our full speed on this build is pretty slow. We did not have enough points to go 7 into here for Feeding Frenzy, so we're short on speed. I love this fight. It goes back to what we were saying in House of Death Undone, I think. It's just like, she comes out as like, over my dead body. And it's just like, your terms are acceptable. Although on R4, she actually deals damage. Go figure. Normally she just falls over immediately.
The Temple Guardian crawls spasmodically, then noisily slides into death. The portal entrance is now clear.
There was a +8 tome in that chest. That's just how that works. Every chest you don't loot has a +8 tome in it.
Position high atop the gigantic ziggurat.
You're too late to stop my scrying, Sir.
Oh, right. I can clear inventory space, but just by gathering.
The thread of the weave and deliver it to Lode.
Yeah, now we have 7 empty slots. Vampire Dark Bargainer equipment. No.
Can it be? It's the girl, Anna. How delicious! The brave heroes delivered the thread of the weave right into my hands.
Okay.
Loth, the thread of the weave is my gift to you. Now enter the portal, girl, and accept your fate in the demon web. You cannot resist. Kill the surface dwellers. I command you. The Dark Eminence, bless your servant as I slay these unworthies in your glorious name.
There we go. Successfully bitten.
Mother of spiders, send me your children to cleanse your temple.
No, we block your webline snare. Get out of here with that nonsense. Now we go gather things up so we can AoE them down. Hello, Guardian statue. Got that little shield over our head to say that we successfully blocked the webline trip.
Why do you persist? Loth is unstoppable now she has the thread of the weave.
I don't have true seeing, I don't have ghost touch. Really, I'm a failure of a melee build. Which is why we're still casting a bunch of spells.
Send forth the demonic
Oh, hello, Double Plague Reaper. That was a lot of damage real fast. If you could not do that, I would appreciate it.
help me defeat your foes. Did I not bring you the thread of the weave?
That's right, I got your lifeblood. 'Cause I'm a vampire. Got him.
Please, hear me. Your servant begs you.
So, what I was talking about earlier in this quest is this guy. Did you see how he was actually able to be attacked the second he zoned in before he became invulnerable?
Can't die like this.
If you are a class that has damage over time effects, or damage over time procs, and you can cast an AoE spell here, because I did it on the Blightcaster. He zones in, immediately gets hit with something that put an acid dot on him. And the acid dot just straight up kills him, like, while the speech is going on. Because he's only invulnerable after he zones in. As he zones in, nah, you can get him. So now herein lies the question. Do we kill ourselves on acid damage in Belly of the Beast?
It leads to the furthest reaches of the Underdark, the surface realms, and beyond. The Drow regularly use such portals, returning with plunder and slaves.
I don't know this part of the Underdark. I never take this portal. We just recall? We probably just recall. Oh, this is where we are. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to be here. We're going back to town. We're taking level 21 and swapping some gear out. So let us see. Stats. We're not going to get any more points to spend because we already spent them, but we do get a feat. I don't know which feat we want, but we do get one. So we have a couple options. We can grab Epic Eldritch Blast or Blast Dice. I think we can get Perfect Fighting. We can't get Perfect Fighting yet. So I think we just grab the dice. And yeah, we already spent our points, but we do have gear to swap on. Yeah. So Ring of Crystalline Vanity. We can swap for our Celestial Topaz. So we get a little bit of charisma here. And the Profane Life is nice too. Where's our Belt of Crystalline Vanity? This one? There we go. We lose a little bit of life on this, I think? Maybe not. What are we at? 1285? Okay, so we lose 6 health. But we gain 3 charisma. Only 3? I guess I already have Insightful Charisma somewhere? Ah, I have Insightful Charisma on... Yeah, I have Insightful Charisma on Resplendent Fury. However, we also have a orb to swap, don't we? Didn't we grab our Epic Coalesced Coinage? We did. So, as you can see for the comparison. Insightful Alluring skills, but mostly we're looking at our Insightful Radiance stuff. So, we get more Insightful Radiance, we get more Insightful Radiance lore. We do lose, like, the proc and stuff, but, you know, it's whatever. Also, it's 10 charisma if we wanted to wear a different ring. I will say, like, I was thinking, oh, well, we lose the temporary spell point thing, but on the other hand, we have an Epic Ring of Spell Storing that we have not had to use yet. So, it's really not that big a deal. What helm are we wearing anyway? Crown of Butterflies. Ah, yes. Butterflies. Oh, that's right. We have Accuracy Deadly on our hand pieces. But let's look for level 20 to 21 gear. Just in case I missed something important. Gossamer Gloves? No. That's for fire. That would break our set bonus. And we're not doing nullification. Alright, so we don't really have anything in the 20 to 21 block here that we actually care about. Unless, of course, we went for macro tech and wanted to have a rune arm in our offhand. But that's not something that we're really concerned about right now. Alright, so I think we do Don't Drink the Water next. And then from there we head to Demon Web. Okay. And of course, we're just clearing some inventory space. No particular reason why we want to hold on to any of this stuff. Here is resist acid. Ugh. Well, we're going to reset trees anyway, so... We're going to reset all of our Reaper trees. For no apparent reason, just to burn off some platinum. So that I can sell things again. And, because we hit 21, we get to put more points in these anyway. And we repair all of our stuff. Okay. Physical resist rating. Reflex saves. Reflex saves. How are we on dodge? Yeah, we're well into max dodge territory already, just because we don't have that much dodge in medium armor. Alright. We get our main stat, which is charisma. We get more main stat. Yeah, we're at the point that we're not going to get enfeebled, so we can go to Dex for the reflex saves instead of strength. Alright, so we have 28 points left. And we'll figure out where we put them later. Actually, you might as well just drop them in. I mean, what's going to happen? We have to spend our plat to respec it later? Oh no. Okay, so what is our max now that we're at 21? Maximum of plus 800 maximum hit points while in Reaper mode. So it went up from 400 to 800. And are we actually over 400? So let's see. So I'm going to add all of these up and then multiply by 4. So, because 4 is how much you get per point. 8 here. So 43, 33, 76, plus 47 is 83, 123, and then again, 130, 170, times 4 is, I'll call it 175. 175 times 4 is 700. And the way that we're doing that quick math is 175, that's 25 times 7. And 25 times 4 is 100. So then we just have 700. Is that exact? No. Is it close enough? Yes, absolutely. Alright, we turn this in. Grab accommodations, turn this in. And we're off to Don't Drink the Water. You know, this is a quest that maybe I should have gone and grabbed undead form just to swap into it to cheese the last boss fight. As it stands, the last boss fight is probably going to hurt a lot.
After a surprisingly long climb down the well, you
This is
find
a stupid
yourself
poison
in a
dot.
cavernous expanse. You can see
And I know that I said I was worried about that fight
threatened underground.
when I was in here last time on the other character. But last time on the other character, yes, it was hardcore, but we were also in on Elite, not R4. So it's a little bit different. Condemned Deadeye. That would be Wayloon, I think? We was in Wayloon a little early, but I guess it's different in epics after all.
This cabin appears to be Yuan-Ti territory.
Alright, yeah, we're just gonna have to be a little bit careful as we go through here, but not too careful. Not like hardcore character careful. Well, I hit a button there that I didn't mean to because I fat fingered it, but it's okay. It'll keep us alive. By which I mean I accidentally hit Stanch. Staunch?
The
Stanch?
source of the poisoned water
You know what?
lies
I
above and
always
beyond
forget how to
this
pronounce it.
waterfall.
I'm gonna look it up.
You will need to find a way up in order to
Pronounce.
Staunch.
It is Staunch. I was right. That is a purple moat. I'm going to go kill the bears and then come back for the purple moat. They died faster than expected. Okay, it's purple moat time. Who do we get? Whoever it is, they're bound to be annoying. Mostly because everything is annoyingly tanky once we get to these difficulty levels.
Do not think you can take what is mine, small one.
Oh no. The double bonus annoying one. Because it heals. It heals and it has damage reduction that my weapon doesn't bypass. Fortunately, as I think we might have mentioned last time we fought it, she's also not very threatening as far as these types of enemies are concerned. Like, don't get me wrong, she's still hurting enough. Like, she's getting through the what? She's getting through my temp health, but not by much. And mostly I'm not threatened because she doesn't have any real burst damage. She has like damage over time damage. So I have enough over time healing that I don't need to worry about things, and I can just take it as I need it. And we get to heal up between fights, and we're good to go.
The cavern ahead looks different. You must be close to the surface once
What are we at?
A
17?
Yuan-Ti priestess has raised
17.3.
Or
173, I guess I should say.
Yuan-Ti appear, emerging from impossibly tight rifts into the walls.
That's a Carnage Reaper. Okay. Here we go. That's right.
The priestess dies. The magical barrier blocks something seems wrong with the dryad in this cave. The water must be poisoned. Another barrier can be seen up ahead. The Yuan-Ti have gone to great pains to keep intruders out.
Okay, so there were multiple waves. There we go. There were multiple waves here of 6 dudes each. It's 3 pairs. Yeah, there we go. So I should probably delay killing this guy to let my stuff come back off cooldown, but... acid damage on us, we got poison damage on us, they got so many kinds of damage on us. Last time. There we go. Easy as. And off we go. To see how much poison damage we can soak in the last fight. And a little bit of extra XP from getting the Yuan-Ti Hunter progress. There were remnants down there that I failed to get. Oh well. Probably one of the stacks that's like 50 remnants. And here I am, just not getting it.
You find yet another Yuan-Ti barrier. You must be on the right track.
You must be on the right track. Just like we just saw back in 1986, where the USA is Carmen Sabian. And where in the USA is Carmen Sandiego? It's like, a vile henchman. You must be on the right track. I should probably have cast Mass Hold here. Or at least Tentacles. I have one more wave, and then the, I hesitate to call her a boss. Which is about the time that she, like, just pulls out random tons of damage and is like, hey, I heard you didn't consider me a boss. Would you like to reassess that statement? And, no. I would not like to reassess that statement. She remains unimpressive. We might as well use a Ring of Spell Storing. It recharges after we finish the quest, so...
The source of the poison water must be close.
Just go into the last fight with full health and mana. So, why wouldn't we do that?
A large green dragon has made this cavern his lair. That must be the source of the Yuan-Ti's poison. The great beast looks at you and speaks.
The little ones promised wealth for this, but they said nothing except meals. I graciously accept. There's no need to rush. You know I've always told you to play with the food. Let's make an exception.
You know, I said I was concerned about the poison damage, but it turns out he is still a dragon, and he's just meleeing me for a ridiculous amount of damage. Also, the constant knockback on a melee character is, as always, awful.
Testing my patience, small one. I will melt the flesh from your bones.
Ooh, the double hit. Also, he appears to have true seeing, because I'm not getting... I have displacement up, and I think he has yet to miss me. It's like he just hits guaranteed every time. Also, the shock and awe debuff is awful. Really, I consider anything that slows me down to be awful. So it appears that the actual answer is don't go melee. Because while the acid and the poison dot are annoying, they're nowhere near as strong as the continuous melees for like 300 to 400 damage. Also, the fact that he's immune to both acid and poison makes this incredibly difficult for me. Like, what damage type am I even able to do to him? Is it just the light and the force? Which is, of course, the other problem. Like, it's not just that he hits hard. It's that he hits hard, and he hits me many, many times. Because there's nothing I can do about it. I can't burst him down, because, well, he's immune to like 80% of my damage. Excuse you. I'm trying to be out of range of you for a moment, and you're just not listening to me and letting me do it. Like that, like that whip turnaround where he gets the double hit, and it's just like, congratulations, here's 700 damage for you. Just like, you bitch! This is one reason I really don't like fighting dragons in DDO, because I tend to get annoyed with crowd control in general. And the fact that dragons, like, automatically, just on their melee, knock you out of melee range, like, mid-animation, is really, really bad. Really frustrating mechanic. And, not only do they knock you back, but they make it hard for you to get back into range with the shock and awe debuff, which, as we can see, or as I'm trying to show, but it doesn't want to let me. It just says the ground splits and the world shakes. What it means is, like, you move at half speed. So we did kill him eventually, but this is one problem that most warlocks have. A major problem for doing harder content endgame is that you do not have any form of immunity stripping. So if I were, like, for example, when I came in here on the Blightcaster's doing majority acid damage. But he can remove the acid immunity, so it doesn't affect him much. Whereas here, it's just like, well, I guess we just don't deal damage. Which is unfortunate. Like, we got through it, eventually. But that's just a build thing, so I don't consider that quite as annoying as the general just crowd control. Like, you're in melee, you get knocked back, and you can't get back in because you're slowed down, sort of thing. Like, that I find more annoying. In any case, it is off to the demon web. And obviously, these things aren't at all a problem for different kinds of builds. If you're a build that doesn't want to be in melee at all, then shock and awe is a little annoying if he manages to, like, walk up to you and swipe at you, and now you can't kite anymore, or at least not very well. Like, that's annoying. But the knockback, it's a completely moot point. It doesn't matter. Like, who cares if he knocks you back? You wanted to be further back in the first place. So dragon just Dragons are just annoying in general to deal with. Explore the demon web. Yes.
Back into my
Ooh,
web
we have a
so
problem.
soon, mortals. How?
Problem is, we did not get a decently leveled hireling to handle the portal for us.
When you killed my servant,
Oddly enough, we do have a hireling in our inventory. However,
serve my ends?
it is a level
I'll let you
12
think of
hireling,
hordes of dust in that pitiful realm
which is
behind
unlikely
the
to
fog
live.
that share power.
But
How
perhaps
foolish
that
they
will be
were to
good
think
enough.
that the spinner of
We'll have
shadows
the level
would
12
work
hireling
alongside them.
manage to get like
Power is gained by snatching
maybe
it from
2,
the
maybe 3 of the clicks off on the portal, so that we won't have as many that we have to take. Or maybe we make good use of casting invisibility on it and... Oh. Hi. Thank you for contributing 5,000 XP to me. I appreciate it. Right. R4.
A huge bestial form looms in the distance. It seems
Can I help you,
the
Liesel?
ruler
You appear to
has
be
come welcome you
needing
personally.
something from me.
A booming voice shakes you to your bones.
Is it attention?
Mortals here, in my domain. Show yourselves, weaklings. I would speak with you.
Now where were we? Oh yes. Trial of Might. That is a Fury Burr. What is it, Liesel? Are you reminding me that it's time for a self-care break? A care for you break, not a self-care break. Well, Twitch wants us to run ads anyway. Which we use as a reminder to take care of ourselves and not just sit and stare at screens for hours on end. So, we're going to take a 3-minute break so that we can, we can stand up, we can stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff that you used to do back in the old days when commercials came on the TV. We will not be playing the game during this time. You won't miss anything during this time. And we just like to do it once an hour, partially because Twitch wants us to run ads, and partially just because it's a good idea to stand up and stretch once an hour or so. So we'll take about a 3-minute break, and then we'll be back and finish off the Demon Web. Want to go out? Let's go out. And we have returned. I hope everyone had a good break. I know I certainly did. We got to let the dog out. We got to pet the dog. We got a bit of a drink. It was a good time. And now it is time for more good times. Indeed-yo.
As you pull the lever next to the blue sigil,
Just out of habit, I tend to like opposite speedrun this quest.
nearby.
I just do everything for no apparent reason. Okay, if we hit the bottom right, then we're left with just this one. And the answer to just this one is these three. So, why did you turn the lights off? So, we should have these three. Excellent. I don't know why it just turned the lights off there. That's quite annoying. Also, why did my jump get dispelled? The duration shouldn't have worn off yet, so I guess they just straight up dispelled it, which is super annoying. Okay, so once again, we're going to do both of these. Vial of Might. Alright, Trial of Might complete. Trial of Wits. Purple Corrupted Mode. Okay. Let's see. A single on a side is that and the three opposite. So if we have singles on two sides plus that, so we have this and this and this and this, which means we have 1, 2, 1, 2, and then 1. So this should just be these sides. Everything except the upper left square. And that's how I break down those puzzles. We're going to open this gate just in case we need to kite this purple. Which we probably don't, but you never know. Oh goody, another Blight Maiden. Again, as we've said before, on the plus side, not particularly threatening. On the minus side, super annoying because she has the built-in resistances to melee, the damage reduction. We're helpless. Salt Ray, interesting. Again with the Salt Ray. I think I said last time how she wasn't threatening because she didn't have any crowd control. And, joke's on me. She does have crowd control. Fortunately, it appears that the time limit on these things only applies to, like, you must interact with it within this window of time, not how long it takes you to beat the thing. There we go. One more purple done. The purples really are super handy. As long as you can beat them, of course. They were less handy on the hardcore one, where I was just decided, it's like, no, not worth the risk, not doing it. But, if you're confident you can handle them, well, why not? They give so much extra. You know, I thought those guys were going to walk forward. Yeah, good. Just Reapers are so much more threatening than standard mobs. Okay, if we do these corners, then that leaves us with just this. Just this. The solution is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the solution is 1, 2, 3. Got it. Of course, you don't even need to do that one. You can just jump around this gate. You don't need to do either the might or the wits trial on that one. Trial of Might, once again. There we go. Stone Guard, so he's resistant to acid. No big deal, though.
You have defeated Shogun, the Drider Guardian.
Pretty easy work there. And off we go. Trial of Wits. Once again, do we get an easy one? Okay, once again. Wait, we had this exact pattern earlier. So, this corner, and then solve for these. And these are the, if there's just one solo on a side, then it's the complete opposite side in the middle. So we have complete opposite side and middle. Complete opposite side and middle. Which means these two would get hit twice. So we're left with just these two and these two, but then we need to hit this one to solve that. So, as before, we just need to avoid a particular square. We do one outside edge, and we are good to go. Of course, once again, you do not need to do this. Because what you can do is you can just come all the way around here and be like, let's see, where is the jump spot here? Is it this one? Yeah, there it is. Except that I missed it. In any case, you can see that you can get around that. Let's see where I pop out. All the way at the beginning. So that was a huge waste of time. Oh well. I hope you have learned from my mistakes. You can jump over that wall, but be careful which direction you jump over that wall, or you will get sent back to the beginning. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 platinum. Just gotta run it again. I see. That's my mistake, Liesel. I was neglecting them. You should always be on camera. You're much more photogenic than me. I can't believe I left the camera on the wrong part of the room when you moved. Everything should revolve around where you are in the room. We know this. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. We were running back because we did a dumb, and we fell in a hole, and it sent us back to the beginning. This one is, of course, the super easy one to bypass. You just usually take a tick of acid, which is different than a tab of acid. The tick of acid only lasts for like a fraction of a second, as opposed to like 12 hours. And let's see. This time we will... Do we want to do it the correct way or show more easily the way around? I think it... Is it just this way? Do you need a leap? I know there's a way over here. Oh well. I know it can be done. I'm failing at it at the moment. But we did the puzzle and we killed the guys, so we get to take the easy route. Okay. Fear Reaper down. Temp health back up. And you know, while we're at it, might as well pop that Epic Ring of Spell Storing to get some mana back. We are down a little bit, but not so much that I'm worried. The Sweep of Despair.
I'm glad you're here, mortals. Your corpses will make nice meals for my spiders, or playthings for the dretches.
Alright. Last Trial of Might Jewel. This is the last Trial of Wits as well. What do we get? What is the solution to 2? I forget. We're just gonna mess around until we find something that looks more familiar. Oh good, we solved it. It's just like, wait. I was just kind of hitting things until I got something that looked more familiar, and then the thing that looked more familiar was solve this with 2 more clicks. Oh. Well, okay then. I'll do that then. It's very nice and straightforward. Alright. Oh, I hadn't actually stopped to look at what our baseline health total is now that we hit 21 and could put more points into our Reaper trees. We are sitting at a nice cool 2292. So just shy of 2300 health. Very convenient. Which of course powers up a lot of our other abilities. Well, actually not a lot of, now that I think about it. I was going to say because they're based on a percentage health. But I believe that's only 2 of them. So, Staunch is 50% of your max health. And the Shard Storm... So, here's the funny thing. Shard Storm is supposed to, with this upgrade, give you 25% of your max hit points as temporary hit points. It just does that baseline. I don't know why. I discovered that last life. But it does. which is highly convenient because you get access to it so much earlier. Aw, they're immune to acid? That's super annoying. So we're actually taking some damage here.
You have defeated the Yugoloth Guardian of Strength, Maljuf. The north path is clear.
Being immune to both acid and poison is rough for me, because not only does that take away a lot of my good spells, that's 2 of the 3 procs of my mantle as well.
The south path is clear.
So, makes things pretty rough. Now, as for the actual boss here, I'm not too concerned about him.
Is recessed.
There is a little bit of crowd control he can bring to bear with his charge, but in general, not too bad. I did take deflect arrows. That's what I was just checking in the build. Because deflect arrows works against the giant rocks that he throws. If you weren't aware of that. Deflect arrows is not just arrows, it also counts very large projectiles that you wouldn't think it would, but it does. So now he's just kind of going wild, tossing us around, which is a good time for us to cast spells, since it's interrupting my ability to attack. You'll not cheat me of my victory. What cheating? I'm barely even casting spells. This is just a beatdown, sir. Yeah.
You made it past my guardians? I should be grateful that you rid me of those feeble weaklings. Now to end our trial, this is the part where I rip you limb from limb.
Interesting that we triggered the "you have entered the arena" dialogue after killing him. And there we go. Quest complete. I just, like, twitched. Like a muscle memory thing. It's like, oh, time to put on the voice. It's like, no. We're wearing the voice full time. We don't need to swap at the end of a quest.
Orb that Lolth gave to Grulamith. You've accomplished your mission and helped thwart the Spider Queen's plans. Though it's a dangerous thing to draw the attention of an angry god.
Where are we? Right. We're going this way. Let us see. Let us see. Is it this way? No, we want to go east. There we go. This is the way we go. What is this again? Ah, yes. That's our protection against sonic damage.
When Eberron falls, I will consume yet another.
Shame it
world,
doesn't protect against
and
Tails
another.
damage. That would have been useful
I
against the
must have
dragon.
more worlds, more worshippers, more power.
The Yugoloth Yimmerus stands on the next rise, in his true form,
Where are we?
waiting.
Ah, you have come to honor our bargain. Good.
With that, the Yugoloth vanishes from sight.
Go get all of our buffs up. Then we go get kill some spiders. Okay,
The
here we
shattered remnants
go.
of some fallen kingdom rest between the demon web strands. Somewhere in here is the ruins keep, the demon Kishnaurak, and the orb.
Just gonna blast some stuff as we walk by, which is usually more of an R1 kind of move, but
While they hold,
the spiders have low enough health that we can do an R4. So we've got that going for us, which is nice.
With the faintest flicker, the sign deactivates.
Stupid light bearer. At least I'm remembering to bite things more.
The sign of binding lies at the edge of the ruins.
It sure does. And there we go. So how much is it? Alright, so we get up to 61 acid resist if we've killed something recently. Which is not really enough to combat the Belly and the Beast damage in Higher Reaper.
The promontory. There must be a way up.
I was just like, as I walked by, it was like, the champion spider did not get hit by both blasts, which means it is still alive. Fortunately, leaving one thing alive isn't really enough to give us dungeon alert or really be a threat at all.
The sign turns off with a reluctant, anguished shudder. A chill runs up and down your spine.
Oh hey, you're not a champion. Fight you for the buff.
Beyond the second sign,
I was just like, wait, does this take fast enough to overcome the fact that our aura is constantly giving us temporary health? And the answer is, not really.
A solemn henchman stands guard before the third sign and the keep's barrier.
So this one is immune to poison, but not acid, which means it dies pretty easily. Also, you know, we hit it with mass hold, so that does make things overall easier. And we are not going to...
Sign has been undone.
There we go. We're not going to make this fight easier for us. We'll take the extra XP.
The Yugoloth agent calls into the first planar door.
Normally, making a check would, you know, give you extra stuff. Oh, wait. A moat spawned. Blue moat. Wow, you're relatively healthy. Alright, you know what? I'll go color spray you back. How do you like it? That's right. We're doing damage. Huh. Our melee damage might be high enough that we shouldn't burst during it. Or at least not during haste boost. This is one of those things that I feel is lacking in DDO with the lack of damage meters. It's pretty hard to tell the difference between things unless you kind of go out of your way to, say, go to a specific enemy and fight that specific enemy. But even then, there's so much I've learned just by looking at the details in damage meters in the past for like, oh, I thought I was mostly doing damage from my melees, but it turns out it's mostly this other skill.
Growls a Yugoloth soldier. They're yours.
The hell? Power stun. Unfortunate. Yeah. Throwing me in the air just gives me the opportunity to cast spells. Now we have haste boost. So we can do some melee damage. The Horrid Wiltings are just a giant pain. I think those are Horrid Wiltings. The Bane damage for 400 plus.
More importantly, the orb is now within your reach.
Then he hit me for like 250 evil or something. Now, the thing is, I could have avoided most of that by strafing.
With the orb disabled, its power...
That boss, and actually apparently many bosses in DDO, have relatively slow turn speeds. So if you can get up close and just kind of run around them, you can cheese a lot of fights. It's just kind of annoying to do. Oh no, I fell over. Well, that was convenient. First try. Okay, we will get out a level 12 hireling.
This part of the demon web has undergone a violent upheaval. I Islands
and
of
we will
fog
ask you
lie
to stay
scattered
here,
in
because
red
you will
cliffs.
immediately die. You have 300
A
health.
new path to the rift between worlds.
You're going to stay. You're going to be passive and not defend me. And in fact, I'm going to cast invisibility on you too. Just in case.
The path ahead abruptly ends, leaving no way forward other than down.
And everything falls over, and it's just the Famine Reaper still alive. Oh. Moat. Oh, right. We definitely still need to be using other abilities at the moment, because there were still ads alive. Pure melee is for when there's only one dude left alive. Okay. We're getting a lot of glancing blows here. Oh well. Yeah, we should actually keep the debuff on him. I really do need to remember that the Epic Strike that I chose stacks, so I need to keep spamming it to keep it stacked. And there we go. Another one down. And we are over 1,800. Where are we going? This way? This way.
Another ambush. It's as if these forces were carefully placed to keep you from the rift.
Okay. Yes, yes, there are dretches. To quote something that they say when you first enter the Demon Web, and these dretches were not
Are
strong.
these scattered masses of rock the work of their chaotic goddess? The unstable vortex of the rift? Or both?
Ooh, 64 Mysterious Remnants. Very nice.
The depth of the abyss gapes between this ledge and the next. Leap.
I'm trying to think, what is the most temporary health I can get? This is 25%, that's 50%, that's 140 or
A
150?
magical barrier suddenly appears, blocking
Follow.
access to the rift.
Okay.
A voice comes from behind and high above.
Such folly! What did you hope to find? Your world is bleeding into the Spider Queen's domain. You cannot
I forget if you can do it
stop
once before the first fight. No.
Since you are
Okay.
here, I will try your work in combat. If you survive my tests, I will fight you myself.
The question is, how many times am I going to have to take the debuff?
The Dragloff growls
For a kitten.
as he lowers his head to summon more adversaries. Some of your life force fuses into the rift. It grows stiller and more
What?
solid.
Why are you coming this way?
It is far from stable.
You are set to passive and stay. You should not be moving in any circumstances. Well, it's unfortunate that she only tanked one of the debuffs.
Peaches,
I've seen more ferocity.
the barrier has gone down again. It won't stay down for long.
Why have you decided to ignore your orders? You. Follow. Stay. Yep, she died to the Fury Reaper.
The Dragloff concedes.
Time for something bigger.
We barely got it in time. Why are you here? You have been set to stay and be passive. Why do you keep following me and dying? So, this is actually a fairly large problem for me. Because as I was just saying, it's like, wait, I wonder how much temporary health I can get. And now I was talking about how, oh, right, these are percentage based. Well, if I take too many of these debuffs, then guess what? My temp health stops being effective because it is percentage based. Well, some of it is. Some of it isn't. Okay, you go interact with that. Why? I even clicked stay immediately. Okay. Interact with that.
And
Now interact with
begins
that.
his Summoning. The rift now appears to be
Follow.
partway stabilized.
Stay.
A little more effort should do the trick.
We healed her this time, so she won't immediately die. Probably.
He roars.
Be death and fury incarnate!
Why are you over here? Follow. Stay. He just does not want to live. She hates living.
You can see the grin on the Dragloth's hideous face. The grin turns to fury as he looks a moment early.
Alright, why does every time she finishes healing the rift, she wants to like come see me? For no apparent reason. He's like, did I do good?
The rift has been stabilized.
Very clever.
Dracloth.
Fixing the rift like that.
But you've made yourself weak.
This is fine, though. We don't mind that she's dying now because we already got what we needed out of her. Okay. All right,
The Dracloth grunts.
we made it. It took a little bit of fighting with the hireling and figuring out what exactly was causing her to want to end her own existence.
The light got the orb's
The answer is apparently,
Loth's defenses have been
as soon as she gets a debuff, that means that she is easier to kill. She wants to make use of the debuff as soon as possible so that she can get killed. Don't know why, but that's just how it is sometimes. But that does finish out Demon Web. So level 21, rank 7. So we can spend a couple more points. Into what? I'm not sure. But a couple more points nonetheless. Let's see, where do we want them anyway? So we're not in light armor, but this still, I believe, gives us reflex saving throws and armor class. And the force and universal spell power. We just don't get the max dex bonus. We could alternatively put it into, like, here. If we could get, let's see, which is it, the spider? Oh, that's bat. Where's spider? There's spider. Poison and acid spell power, plus poison absorb. Would have been helpful in don't touch the water. Or don't drink the water, rather. Plus 2 damage with sneak attacks. Like, we could get this upgrade, but I don't think we need Thrive. Like, we're not that much of a spell point hungry build. What to get? Obviously, like, we could just save them and hoard them for getting all the good stuff in the tier 3s. But I guess we'll at least drop this in for force and universal spell power. And sure, we'll get the random defenses from this, the reflex saving throws and armor class. Even if it's not very impactful, it's better than just having the points sitting around doing nothing. And again, that's another thing that we respec for platinum. And we have lots of platinum to respec it with, so there's no need to hold on to it. The question now is, where do we go next? So we did Demon Web. Oh, you know what? I think we finish out this chain. By finish out this chain, I mean we go back to the beginning. Because, or as far as sagas are concerned, that chain starts with Lords of Dust. And we did Lords of Dust and all that, but we did those in Heroics. It's time to do them in Epics. Right, we should turn this into. teleporter. Take me to Guild Ship. Because Guild Ship we can just drop to the harbor. Drop to the harbor. Alright. Time for Lords of Dust. Is there anything in here that we're really annoyed or worried about? Oh, we never did Lords of Dust in Heroics. Huh, cool.
Inquisitor Noman waits for you near the entrance. An irritated scowl on his face.
Novice, stay near me.
Next up, man bites dog. Oh, that's right, we get tokens in here. You know, I wasn't paying attention and it appears that I took a bunch of damage. Maybe we should be using crowd control, eh? It is still R4 after all. And I left them alive down here, and I don't think they can kill it. Oh, they did kill it. Good for them. Now we get to run around and break things while we wait for them to talk a bit.
You go the other way and do the same.
I love breaking things. Okay. What's that line? Rules are meant to be broken, like buildings or people. How much damage does this do anyway? It's like 1d6 plus 6? 1d6 plus 1 for each, but it also stacks. A mote of music is near. Go figure. Hit our haste boost. Now we cast our spells again. We have so much temp health. Yeah, see, like, this is the sort of thing that I wish I could use damage meters for. Like, I could do a fight like this, and I could see, okay, how much damage total did we do with our damage over time epic strike? Like, is it worth it to keep it running? because honestly, I can't really tell. Like, alright, how much is it ticking for? Doesn't appear to be ticking for that much. Like, we saw one big tick of acid, but it's just like, it's supposed to tick every 2 seconds, and I wasn't seeing it every 2 seconds. But then again, it might have been lost in all of the other stuff. And by other stuff, I mean, we have a lot of different ticks of damage going on, like with the warlock aura and all of that. So it's kind of hard to see. Stopping in for a few minutes. Greetings. Well, welcome in. Is it Gello or Jello? Or am I just off on both of those? Perhaps Galo? But yes, greetings nonetheless, however you pronounce it.
Somewhere below. She speaks Noman's name, and the Inquisitor himself replies.
You will do no such thing. The Silver Flame has caused enough trouble. Soon nothing I can say will throw them off the scent. No, you will
Shortened version of Angelo. Okay. So Jello.
Assist our guest.
There's always room for Jello.
In the center of this room stands a blood-stained altar.
Actually, wait.
What unspeakable
That nostalgic commercial might be a little bit worse off nowadays because we now know things about the people involved in making it. Hooray! Everything you love is terrible. How am I doing today? We're doing pretty well. We started out just barely into level 20. And by just barely, I mean 0 XP total. So we're making some progress. Relatively slow progress, all things considered, but that is what we signed up for when we decided that we were going to do everything on R4. It is not the way to level quickly, but it is somewhat more interesting than R1, I believe. And yet not quite so deadly and difficult as going higher. You have no idea what that means. Okay, so are you familiar with WoW Mythics? I think that's the closest comparison that would be more popularly like known. But essentially, there are different difficulty levels. There is normal, hard, elite, and Reaper. And Reaper, which is what the R in R4 comes from, lets you fine-tune it even further with 10 difficulty levels. Reaper 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So, we are on R4, which is the fourth of those. And it's been a while since I've played WoW, but I think the mythic levels are a similar type of system. Also, hello, needs more try. Welcome.
Some elaborate and unholy ritual.
What? Surprised I am not.
It is a difficulty level that newer players will not be soloing, basically. But I have a relatively well-established, well-geared character, so I can do it. Also, it helps that I, the player, know the quests and know how to do things. But if I tried to do this same quest with a weaker character at this difficulty level, I may not succeed, or at least it would be trickier, we'll say.
Let my minions kill this filth.
I will note that, for the record, this is not a good build. This is like, I kind of put it together as I was going along, and I forgot a couple key important things. So, technically, this is not a good build. Am I doing R4 because this build is so strong? Because you don't recall me doing more than R1 on casters. No, as I was just saying, this build is very much not strong. I'm doing it just because I feel like it's more interesting. That said, if you were thinking of most of what I was playing recently, up until very recently, well, I was mostly doing the hardcore thing, so I was on Elite. I wasn't on my main character, so... But I've done a couple different ways of doing things on the main because it's stronger. The other one that I'm pretty sure you've seen me do before is where we start on R1 and then we just keep ramping the difficulty until we die. Like that is a challenge mode that I like to do sometimes. Depending on the build and the content I'm in, we usually cap out around R6. Like I've gotten higher, but doesn't always work out. You also like doing high repos during leveling? Feels like a waste to get a bunch of past lives just to do R1? It's really just a matter of priorities, like most things in life. Just like, well, what is the point? It's like, well, if the point is to get to cap as quickly as possible, then the question then becomes, well, why would you go anything over R1? It doesn't get you there any faster, so in fact, it actively impedes that goal. So why would anyone do it? But if you're trying to optimize for, you know, enjoyment, well, things go differently. And of course, there's always the option, like, right now I'm mostly soloing because I'm streaming. I don't tend to solo all the time off stream because, like, there's no point. I like grouping up with people. But I want to be able to have the flexibility to just, like, pause things if I need to, like, pause stream or something and things of that nature. And I don't really expect a bunch of people that I meet in-game to, like, pause because we're going to take our hourly, you know, health and wellness / ad break sort of thing. It's like, that's just not a thing that I'm going to try to make happen. So I solo. But if you are to, for anyone here who doesn't already play this game, if you do pick it up, I do recommend playing in groups. You do, however, need to remember to say that you're new. The game is turning 20 years old this year, which means that if you don't say that you're new, people will assume that you are not new. 20-year-old games don't have a whole lot of incoming fresh blood. So if you're just kind of like messing around being dead weight, they're going to just think like, oh, you're just messing around being dead weight. As opposed to if you say that you're new, they'll be like, oh, they're just new. No problem. But speaking of our hourly health and wellness break, the time has come once again for us to stand up, stretch, and basically just take a little bit better care of ourselves than sitting here staring at screens the whole time. So this will be about a 3-minute break, and when we come back, we'll do the rest of this quest chain. I will see you then. Okay, and we have returned. She has moved slightly again. It's harder to keep the camera on frame with her when she's closer up because, well, that's what Zoom does to things. But welcome back. I hope everyone had a good break. We did, in fact, kill the moat during the break because, well, turns out the moats disappear after 3 minutes, so if we didn't kill it, it would have been gone, which is unfortunate, but you know. Just gonna stand in lava for a bit. It's fine. Alright, I guess we should respect it a little bit more as we take some damage from that. But it's fine. We can heal up between, and we're good to go. Well, that's not as many as I wanted that to land on, but it's better than none. As now, on a long delay, we saw the damage popping up that we took when we were in the middle of them. You stop that. Okay. We got him down eventually. We're taking a lot of damage from these packs, though. I mean, none of it's sticking, of course, because we have lots of defenses that we can use to get rid of it, but they are dealing a significant amount of damage. It just doesn't look like it because I have so much overhealth shielding. Also, pretty solid defensive stats. I'd say that where we're weakest on defensive stats is probably dodge. Like, only 8% dodge is really quite low. But we have a decent amount of physical and magical resist rating, so we don't need stuff quite so much. Oh, hello. Is that Triple Reaper spawn? Okay. We got through it. It's okay. And we're still not using Staunch. And you might think, well, but Staunch gives you 50% of your max HP when you use it. Why would you not use it against all of these guys who are actually hurting you? And the answer is that it gives you a permanent debuff. And by permanent, I mean until the next time we shrine. And in general, we have not been shrining at all. But basically, every time you use it, you lose 1 constitution until the end of the quest or until you shrine. So we try to avoid using it if we don't have to, because we have other options that don't require us to make that sort of sacrifice, that don't come with those downside. So you might think, it's like, well, so is it bad then because it has this downside to it? And the answer is no. It is the strongest defensive tool that I have. Well, unless you count crowd control as a defensive tool. Because it is a good... In which case, crowd control is the strongest defensive tool that I have. There are... In order of the strongest defensive tools that I have, there is more offense to kill them faster. There is crowd control. And then there is the... For things that I can't burst down and I can't crowd control, Staunch is the biggest one. Because it's 55... Because it's 50%. Wait, is that one charisma? What's that? Let's see. Oh, never mind. I was mixing this up with the barbarian one that gives you temporary health. That one is -1 constitution until the end of the quest. This one is -3% max health. So use it 33 times, we're down to 1% max health. And we don't want to be down at 1% max health. So, yes. So it continues to exist as an emergency button. If things are going badly, we have a way to live. And temporary health is actually quite strong in Reaper specifically, because being in Reaper mode gives you a healing penalty. Like, your heals just aren't as strong, they won't hit for as much. And temporary health? Well, temporary health isn't healing. So it isn't affected by that. Which of course means it will also buy you time for your smaller, weaker heals to get you topped up again. It's like, okay, here's some overshield. It'll be fine. We have time to heal. We're not going to die immediately. You're going to go now? Have a great rest of my day or night? Yes, you as well. Thanks for stopping in. We'll probably be going for another, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes or so. It's getting a little late, but we're going to finish up this chain. And there are 2 more quests after this one. So it might actually be closer to an hour with the difficulty we're on. Especially if we choose to do Spinner on R4. That might be a problem. But it might be interesting as well. I was going to say I don't know if it's a good idea, but that's actually a lie. I know that it is not a good idea. It is in fact a very bad idea to do Spinner solo on R4. For a variety of reasons, but one of which is that she level drains. And you might think, well, but you're immune to level drain. You have Death Ward. Yeah, she dispels Death Ward and then level drains you. Because she's a bitch. Where's the next group? There we go. I think we'll give it a shot. We've been doing everything else on R4, and we haven't dropped anything yet. Although, it's not like we've been feeling completely invulnerable. Like, a lot of stuff is getting past the temporary health. It's just not getting past it for long enough to be a real danger. It's getting past it just enough that I have to pay attention. Is it up here next, or is it one more set of spiders? It is one more set of spiders. Okay. Reaper goes down first. See, and this is what I meant by emergency usage. They're hitting hard enough that I actually need to use my my staunch. But we made it through. Yeah, Spinner's gonna be rough. We'll see how it goes. This is another one where I think it might have almost been worth it to be like, no, we're going to spec back into undead form. For no other reason than to avoid the level drain from the boss. Now, another option would be spec like out of here, out of damage, and into here. Or immunity to energy drain. That's another option, but we would need to take 12 points out of here, which means no staunch anymore, which is a bad idea, which means we need to actually take points out of Feydark and Tainted Scholar in order to pull that off. Alright. We are solo. We are under level. We are not under geared. And as for if we are underpowered overall, well, we're going to find out. I don't know if we are or not. Depending on if we win, and then if we lose, how and why we lose will determine whether or not I think it is a me problem or a character problem. We're not going to do this mode. This quest is going to be hard enough without needing to burn a bunch of time and spell points on a moat. Besides, we're at like 1840. We can grind that out real quick with a focused grind instead of making this R4 quest more difficult. How long do we have again? Oh, yeah, we've got like over 2 weeks to finish out the loots anyway. Right, just in case. So, this is for a mechanic in this fight, that the boss is essentially immune to everything, unless weakened by the silver flame here. So, there are two ways to get her weakened. One is to kite her over to the flame, and the other one is to take the essence that he gives you and throw it at her. Now, ideally, we'd be able to kite her, but there is the possibility, because we're on higher difficulty, that the silver flame itself dies. Or is destroyed, or I don't know the exact phrasing for what form of being it is. But we won't have access to it anymore. So we grabbed the throwing weapon that it gives you. And the thing is, you need to hit her like 4 times to get her vulnerable. So having this means I can basically only make her vulnerable like 3 times. Alright, so... And the goal of the quest is to seal her off again. But in order to do that, yeah, see, she dispelled a bunch of my buffs. But in order to do that, we need to relight all of these crystals. And in order to relight the crystals, we need to get all the fragments from the little spiders. What did you do to hit me with 400 force damage? How dare you? So as you can see, we bring her to the middle. And now she's weakened and taking damage. And there are several different phases to this whole encounter thing. We're still in phase 1. There's going to be an add phase. And you, in fact, have to advance the phases because the things that you need to grab, these ward crystals, you need the spiders to spawn in order to grab them. And there aren't enough spiders that spawn in the early phases. Oh, here we go, phase 2. Now we have more of these demon ads that try to get in our way as we try to hit the flame eaters to grab the ward crystals. We're not too worried about these guys. So we're just going to go about our business. I'm not sure if it's this round or a later round where there's a kind of a trick to it in that there is a max number that spawn. Like, once a certain number have spawned, they won't keep spawning to overrun you, so it's not like on a spawn timer. So if you can basically keep them crowd controlled long enough, you can kind of lock out all of the spawns, which is incredibly useful. But none of my crowd control lasts long enough for that. So we're not going to be able to pull that off. Fortunately, what I was talking about earlier when I was in a Gulameth's lair is that deflect arrows also works on thrown rocks. And well, we got things throwing rocks at us. Gonna circle kite her around that thingy. And then we're just gonna keep running. Because we need to kite her back to the middle. I should not have jumped. So if you're not jumping, you can hold shift to block the knockdown that she just hit me with. But I was in the air, and I was unable to block. Right. I need to move her a little bit. Like, she's not taking the debuff how she should be. There we go, that's better. It's a little finicky on the positioning. Also, you may have noticed that each time she gets low on health, she summons 2 little spiders. You can use this to your advantage later on if you don't want to like run around all the edges of the arena to gather ward crystals. If you have strong DPS, you can just stay in the middle and just continuously beat her down in order to get the your crystals. See, it takes 4 crystals per ward. I have 7 wards left, which means we need a total of 28. And we currently have 9. Right, and these red ones are specifically here to kill the Silver Flame. So we need to kill them before they get to the Silver Flame, or it will die. There are a couple waves of these things. I leave for just a moment, and there are demons all over my Silver Flame. Okay. So we only have 9 crystals out of the required 28. Okay. See? Blocked it. Okay, we're up to 15. Alright, everyone, pile in, pile in. Please stand on top of the flame. Please get your resistances removed. I would appreciate it greatly. Right, Rejuvenation Cocoon isn't healing us for that much, but it's healing us for some. Alright, we're at 16 out of the, what did I say, 28? It's going to be slow going if we stay here. Yikes. She's hitting very, very hard. I need you to run away, just very briefly. I just need a little bit of time to go gather these things. She's still feared, which is good. How are we doing? 26. I need 2 more. 2 more we can do. Oh, she's so awkward to position because she's so bulky. Oh, wait, this is it. That's 20. Leave me alone. Back, I say. Back. All right. We made it. We got it. And that is why I dragged them from my inventory out here, so I could see the count of how many I had picked up. I shall not tremble before Lolth. You can tremble before Lolth if you would like, but I shall not. I reject it. Oh, ever since the last ad break, the game audio has been turned off. Sorry about that.
Leave them. Lolth commands.
So all this time I've been quiet while they're doing their RP talking thing. You're just all sitting there listening to silence, being like, I don't know, why did he stop talking? Why are we just like sitting here in complete silence, staring at things.
Lolth's voice fades away.
Gotta tell me these things.
You suddenly find yourself outside the prison.
Can't fix audio issues if I don't know they exist.
Guardian.
Alright, so we are going to go take level 22 before we do the next quest. Which will be our last quest for the evening, but it is a fairly long one, so we've got a bit left. We will not blow out your eardrums with the ridiculously loud trailer. How much inventory space do I have? 7. 7's good enough. Go to Demon Web entrance. Right. Last quest of the chain. What am I feeling for this? Like, I'm trying to think if there's anything in here that is particularly dangerous and likely to kill me. I don't think there is. Like, I don't think there's anything with high resistances or high burst damage or anything, or lots of crowd. Oh, I guess all of the earth elementals could do it. If I fail enough saving throws and I just get chain locked down, especially if there are champions in with them that do any of the types of champions that do a damage over time effect, I think could be a problem.
Take heed, friend. You're a stranger here, I'm thinking. What brings ye into the demon web? Ye must have come through the rift that she made. The rift to the other world. Perhaps ye have come to mend it. 'Tis no small task. I can aid ye in all this.
As always, we have to wait for Elminster to do his walk and talk thing.
Come with me.
As he always does. The thing is, I didn't realize that this was just a baseline running D&D joke. Until I played Baldur's Gate 3, and he shows up, and it's the same thing. He shows up, and he even says, straight up, it's like, oh yes, I am known to speak a large amount. Or however he phrased it. Just like, oh, I see. This wasn't just a DDO characterization thing. This is lore-accurate Elminster. He has a character trait of talking a lot in a potentially unhelpful way. Did I miss this jump? Did I bonk off of something and... Nope, we managed to land it. Excellent.
Closer to my home.
Alright, time for shortcut number 1.
Disgusting sounds as they root through old bones.
First try.
They produce even more disgusting smells.
There's only, I think, one more shortcut in here. Or at least only one more that I'm going to use, that I know about. It's not like this is a really complex, twisty sort of dungeon. This is just a very straightforward but long dungeon. It's just like, keep moving towards the end. You'll get there eventually. At the moment, it seems that what's going to slow me down the most is stopping to kill Reapers. But, you know, maybe something else will come up. So this gate opens as soon as the spiders die. We will kill these dretches just to keep Dungeon Alert down. And for anyone here who's not familiar with DDO and how it works, Dungeon Alert is a mechanic wherein if you pull a bunch of different enemies and they're all like alive and chasing you at the same time, it starts basically buffing them and debuffing you. So you don't want a really high Dungeon Alert. Now, with certain styles of play, you can get away with it, but you really need to make sure you're not getting hit at all, because one of the big things that happens at higher levels of it is that basically if anything hits you, you get a really strong slow effect on you. So you need to be able to maneuver through and past everything in order to make it not hit you at all. And also, depending on the quest, some quests you'll be able to drop aggro. And this was actually heavily used by the winner of my speedrunning contest that I held for the Crucible. Is that if you get to, I believe it's the swimming portion, then your dungeon alert drops. So you can dungeon alert a lot of stuff up till that point, and it's okay. It's just that you need to be able to get there safely while dungeon alerted. I'm still very impressed by the times people brought in for that contest. I'm very glad I did that. I'm not sure if I have any upcoming ideas for similar types of events, but yeah, I should do more of that sort of thing, but I have not thought of any new ideas for it. So if and when I do, I'll do it again. Become greater than you ever were. Although I will say more of my attention has been focused on the walkthrough history of gaming thing, not the DDO specific stuff. But who knows? Maybe I can do two things at the same time. What are you frozen by? Oh, the mass hold. I didn't see like the blue circle things around him, so I didn't think it was the mass hold, but apparently it was. There we go. More loot progress. And just the one that always gets stuck on the ledge and can't join the fight. You do need to kill it or that door won't open, though.
Ahead lies a glimmering magical portal. You have no way of knowing what strange new world it leads to. You find yourself in a vast cavern of stone deep below the surface. If you are to find Elminster, you must first make your escape from the vastness of the Underdark.
Okay, we're going this way. And we need to kill the rock elementals. Earth elementals? Earth elementals. Okay, good. I was making sure that we had enough time left and I didn't need to, like, snooze ads. I'm not going to start a whole new set of ads when we're done after this quest. Even if this quest is going to take us a little longer. So this is the section that I thought could be potentially dangerous because of the possibility for chain crowd control, which is why we are making a concerted effort to not goof these guys up. So that if I fail one, I'm not going to get like 4 other guys at the same time, then doing follow-up crowd control on me.
The sound of battle has alerted another colony of deadly spiders.
I should have thought of this as a potentially hazardous thing. the death jump spiders have, well, a death jump. They jump at you, and it does a lot of damage. Or potentially a lot of damage. Especially if they're champions. But it looks like I got lucky on the number of champions there, and there weren't that many. So we are good on that front. We're about to get slowed down a bunch, though, because it's going to be very annoying to us. Yep.
You have stumbled into a group of heavily armed drow. They don't look anything like the drow you've encountered back on Eberron. And they also don't look used to see you.
Go. Alright, we took care of those guys. But yes, for comparison, if you were thinking of, since I mentioned earlier that one reason I can do this is that this is a well-established, very strong character, you can see that I'm just walking around with 2300 health, plus I can pop basically another 1000 on top of that at will. But we'll say I can pop another 500 on top at will. If this were a first life character who weren't, like, who didn't have farmed gear or anything, it's entirely possible that they would be in the same quest at, like, 400 or 500 health. Like, less than a quarter. Like, maybe like 20% of the health. Which makes the quest significantly more difficult. As, you know, when I'm talking about I'm vulnerable to burst damage, I mean a burst of like 1500 damage. As opposed to, say, someone with a character at that level, in which case, well, they're vulnerable to a burst of like 300 damage. Which, you may have noticed, I've taken bursts of, you know, 500, 600, 700 damage. Which is why I can play at this difficulty.
Once again, you see the now familiar sight of the drow
but
patrol.
I don't need to. Of course, I could go even higher difficulty and just suffer.
Small, but well-guarded drow
but
outpost lies up ahead.
don't feel the need to do that. And thus, I also don't feel the need for anyone new to try to match me here. Like, there's no real point to it, as we were kind of talking earlier. It really depends on your goals. Like, if your goal is to level as fast as possible, well, there is a known solution to that. It's called Reaper 1. Reaper 1 and in groups. Group up for R1 quests, and you're good to go. You're gonna level really fast. If you don't want to go in groups, and there's a couple reasons why people don't want to go in groups, whether it's a social issue, like you find it intimidating, whether it's a play style thing, like you want to take your time and look at everything as you go, and groups tend to go fast, well, then yeah, you don't join groups. It's a perfectly fine way to do things. Excuse you. We have gotten past the hard part of this fight, which is the beginning when there are all the ads. Now that we're past that part, it's just a one-on-one with this enemy? What's her name? Yadre? Yadre. It's a one-on-one with Yadre, and as you can see, we win the one-on-one pretty handily. In fact, we can flex on her by just getting all of the temporary health at once. There we go, 2300 temp health. We're at 5,000 health. And she's dead.
voice from inside the cage.
Did I say 5,000? I meant 4,000.
The villagers in the cage anxiously
And
point
now
to
we
the
let Anna out of the cage, which is unfortunate. She gets to be annoying for us later.
But where did you come from?
You know, I'm pretty sure that I said that I was going to take level 22 before doing this quest, and then I just kind of didn't. We'll take that now, just to see what kind of thing we want to grab. And by thing, I mean feet. What kind of feet we want to grab? There are lots of people on the internet who want to grab feet. In this specific case, I'm looking for epic feet. Epic feats of destiny. And we'll see if there are any good ones. Advance to the next epic level. So here's the thing. I don't know if I want... Actually, I know what I want. We'll take the perfect single weapon fighting. It gives us extra vorpals, it increases our ability score, and it gives us the hit points. So we'll take that. Which brings our hit points from 1399 to a cool 1502. So we got 100 hit points for taking that level. Excellent. We have more points to spend. We have 3 more points to spend. 1, 2, and... reflex saving throws. Alright, and that should do it for tonight's stream. It's a little late, but what did we get done today? Well, we basically just did the Lords of Dust chain. So we started completely fresh level 20, we did some gear updates, and then we did the entire King's Forest chain, like the entire saga, including Lords of Dust, all the way from Lords of Dust, all the way up through the end of the Caught in the Web flaggers. Could we have done more? Yes, easily, if we went on a lower difficulty. But we had a good time and a little bit of a challenge here and there going through on Reaper 4. So that is that. Now comes the end of stream planning session. So next week it's going to be 1988. What do we have potentially for 1988? Well, we have Echelon, we have Gradius 2, which is a shoot-'em-up, we have King's Quest 4, which is a point-and-click adventure, and I might look for one other one possibly as well. But and of course, we will have one day still for DDO, but I'm looking forward to trying out some of these in our 3rd week of our 40 weeks of 40 years of gaming. We did Pirates, we did Maniac Mansion, and now it is time to move on to Echelon, Gradius, and or King's Quest 4. Which days of the week next week are we doing this? I don't know yet. I have not figured that out. Probably Monday is going to be one, but besides that, I don't know. If I am on top of things, I will post it to the Discord beforehand. If I am not on top of things, you will have to rely on notifications. If you do not get notifications, well, you can either join the Discord, since I will post there every time I start streaming, or you can, click your likes, your follows, your subscribes, those buttons that will get you your notifications that way. Whichever way works best for you, I appreciate you either way, because, well, it's more fun when there are people around. So, I appreciate you spending your time with me, because there are a lot of places that you can be on the internet for your entertainment needs. And you chose me, and I appreciate that. But that will wrap things up for us this evening. Stay tuned to notifications and stuff for future streams if you would like, and even if you would not like, I hope you have a good rest of your day, night, week, year, and or life, if this is the last time I see you.